Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. We are circling back to James Holmes. We are on his fourth interview tonight. Um, 4 parts in, and we're still uncovering new layers of this case. Tonight, we'll continue through the psychiatric interviews that played a major role during the Aurora trial. Pay close attention to what changes as the conversations progress. Sometimes the biggest revelations aren't what is said, but what is repeated, avoided, or emphasized. Let's follow the paper trail. So, in part 3, we went over the notebook, or they went over the notebook. Reed spent a lot of time discussing the notebook Holmes mailed to psychiatrist Lynn Fenton before the shooting. The key question was the notebook a cry for help, a warning, a confession, or simply documentation of his thoughts? Holmes acknowledges that part of him wanted intervention and there were opportunities where someone might have stopped the process. Reed repeatedly explores whether Holmes expected someone to act. Human capital theory is another big one that they went over. Holmes explains his belief system or his belief that a person's value or human capital could increase through killing others. Reed challenges whether Holmes actually believed this theory was real or whether it was simply an abstract idea he created. Later, Reed testified that Holmes discussed the theory extensively but did not appear to hold it as a true psychotic delusion. Reed is testing sanity, not just mental illness. Reed is not trying to determine whether Holmes is mentally ill. He's trying to determine, did Holmes know right from wrong? Could he form intent? Did he understand consequences? Was he capable of planning? Planning versus psychosis. The interview highlights how much preparation occurred before the attack, weapon acquisition, range practices, apartment booby traps, selection of the theater, timing, and logistics. Reed repeatedly compares these actions against Holmes' claims that he was acting under psychotic beliefs. Holmes remains emotionally flat. One of the biggest takeaways for viewers is his presentation. Throughout the interview, speech remains slow, remains flat, responses are analytical, emotional reactions are limited. The wanting to be stopped. Perhaps the most discussed part of the interview is Holmes' acknowledgement that a part of him wished he could have wished the process could have been interrupted. Examples discussed by Reed include the brief phone call to the University of Colorado Hospital before the shooting, mailing the notebook, other actions that could be interpreted as opportunities of intervention. Reed testified there was a strong implication that Holmes wanted someone to stop him from doing something he knew was wrong. Part 3 was less about what James Holmes believed and more about whether those beliefs actually prevented him from understanding right from wrong, which is the question Dr. Reed keeps coming back to throughout the entire interview. Now that we have recapped a little bit, we are going to get right into the interview because this is going to be another long one. So I'm going to let it play. I will pause to answer questions, but if it's something I can answer in the comments, I'll do that instead. The following is one of 5 interviews conducted by a psychiatrist with James Holmes 2 years after the mass shooting at Century 16 Movie Theater in Aurora, during a midnight screening of the film The Dark Knight Rises.
They wouldn't let me bring you any juice. Oh, you know, just push the button, I guess, so we're good. They won't let me give you any water. They want to supply everything for you. Okay. So, just a test. You remember who I am?
Dr. Reed.
Mm-hmm. And you remember the last time we met?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, and where were we when we met?
CMHIP.
You're right. Okay. When did you find out that we were going to meet again? When did they tell you?
Yesterday.
Okay. That's about when I told the lawyers a couple of days ago. So it happened relatively quickly. Sorry to spring it on you like that, but we decided to do it here at the jail. Less trouble. And I think we'll probably meet a couple of times today, morning and afternoon, just as we did last time. And we'll meet at least once tomorrow and probably twice tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And once again, I'm a little deaf, so I appreciate you speaking up. I'm not supposed to give you anything here either, so I won't. But I will read you the same thing that we had before, and you're welcome to look at it. It says that you're seeing me for an evaluation, and our purpose is a legal one, not a clinical one. We're videotaping, just like we did before. Once again, I'm not interested in your legal strategy, but I'd like to learn as much as I can about you and what's happened and things like that. You know, as before, I'm working for the judge, and I'm not working for either side.
Right.
But my report will go to both sides and to the judge. So your lawyers may well want to use it. Prosecution can use it if they want. But mostly, the purpose is to just be as good as I can for the judge. Okay. All right. And you and I are the only ones in the room. In the next room, we have our videographer and a couple of the custody officers. They cannot hear us. My understanding is they cannot hear us. Are you okay with that level of privacy?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. The first thing I notice about you is that your pupils in your eyes are smaller than they were before. Did you know that?
I didn't notice.
Okay. You don't notice yourself because you don't check them, but they're a bit smaller than they were before. Let me take your pulse if I may. Okay, thank you. I'm going to jot that down. Do you know what the date is today, James?
27th.
Correct. What month?
August.
Well, what year?
2014.
I figured you knew that. You know, I'm a little curious. How do you keep track of time in here? Time of day, day of the week, things like that?
Well, every Wednesday is laundry day. Every Friday is commissary day. So when they bring like the clothes in, it's Wednesday.
If they weren't bringing your clothes, would you have a pretty good idea of what day it was? Or did they just show up and you figure it's Wednesday?
I also do it by TV shows when the TV schedules are.
Do you have a calendar in your cell?
Nope.
Do they allow you to have any kind of watch or clock?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. How else do you keep track of time? I've found myself thinking about that in terms of your isolation here.
Meal times, they're pretty consistent.
I noticed when I watch video of you from weeks and months ago, you tend to go to bed pretty late and get up rather early.
Oh, they wake you up early for breakfast.
They wake you up, okay. There's a window in your door, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the only window you have in your cell except for one that's way up high?
Right.
What can you see from that window?
The door window?
Mm-hmm.
I can see the guards tower and the guards tower. And when they have their lights on inside, I can kind of see inside there in some detail.
Okay. When you said the guards tower, that's indoors, not outdoors. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And tell me about the way the lights work. Is it the light is on all the time or no? How do the lights work?
There's a light switch in the cell that turns on and off the main light, but then there's also a light that's always on that I don't have control of.
That light is bright enough for me to see video of you when you're asleep. How bright does that light seem to you?
I guess I'm used to it, but I don't really notice it.
Could you read with it, for example?
I could, but it would strain my eyes.
If you wanted to turn your light on at 2 in the morning, would that upset anybody? Or
Because I'm in a cell by myself. So.
okay, so there's no lights out time.
No.
Okay. Have you heard from your family since we talked about? It's been, you're right, about 3 weeks.
My lawyers haven't brought letters yet, so there might be like a couple.
They haven't mentioned to you that you got a letter? I don't know whether you did or not, but they haven't mentioned to you.
I think they mentioned they'd bring them on Friday.
Okay. So you think maybe there is one?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts about all the stuff we talked about in Pueblo?
I thought it was pretty thorough.
Okay. Any particular things that you left out or didn't leave out, or you might want to expand on or remind me of?
No.
Okay. Any thoughts about actually going there, staying there, and coming back to the jail? How'd you feel when you left there?
Just that I knew the food wouldn't be as good when we came back.
Food not as good, okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Another difference is that the people at CMIP, or CMHIP, I'm not sure what the acronym is. CMHIP, okay. The people there spend a lot more time with you.
Right, it's definitely more interactive.
You miss that a little bit, or not?
No.
Would you rather have it the way it is in the jail or the way it is at CMHIP?
The way it is here.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, I don't like forced conversation.
Would it have to be forced conversation? Might it be friendly conversation?
I guess so.
After you got back here, I believe Dr. Gurr came to visit you.
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was like 6 hours long. It was okay.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All in one stretch?
Yep.
Any particular stuff that you talked with her about that you'd like to share with me? Again, I don't want to hear anything about your legal strategy, but anything else?
No, not cool.
Get along okay with her?
Yep.
I've never met her. I've talked with her on the phone. I did hear something about you. I think it was the CMHIP visit before last. The staff said in the record that you could do something very interesting. They said you could recite the alphabet backwards.
Oh, they asked me to do that again.
Did they ask you again to do it?
Yeah, on this.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Good for them.
CYXOUUTSRQTLMLKJIHGFEECBA.
How did you pick that up?
I got bored on a long car ride, so I just sequentially threw the alphabet backwards.
Can you speak up just a little bit? I don't know. Or maybe lean toward the microphone if that helps. A long car ride before you were arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. And it just stuck with you?
Yeah.
Okay. How about the juggling?
I learned that before being arrested too.
Okay. Tell me about learning to juggle. I can't juggle.
I can only juggle 3. Okay. Some people can do 10.
So do you practice juggling in the cell?
No, not really.
I saw you trying to do it early on. There, on one of the videos, I'm not sure what you're tossing, but
it's hard to do it with different weighted and shaped objects.
Yeah. There's several things I'd kind of like to talk about during the time we have together today and tomorrow. One of the things is I ran across your resume from a few years ago.
Okay.
And does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to hold it for the camera. It's a resume. It's not dated, but it looks like it might have been mid-2010. Maybe after you graduated from Riverside. The objective you had was to obtain a position as a clinical research intern with Novum Pharmaceuticals. Do you remember that?
I've done a lot of specific objectives. I don't remember exactly.
So you might do a resume for each objective, is that what you mean?
Well, it'd be the same resume, but just had a different objective.
I understand. Tell me about your job search at that time. The jobs that you were looking for or looking at.
I don't remember very much about job application.
Am I right that this was just after or just before your graduation from Riverside?
It was just after I graduated.
Was it tough to find a job, or were you optimistic about it?
Yeah, it's
What kinds of things were you looking for?
just a lab research position.
What sort of position? There are different kinds of positions. At that point, you're at a BS level.
Yeah, like a lab technician position.
Did you plan then to go into graduate school?
I planned to do those jobs in between going to graduate school.
Okay. That was the period in which you had applied to several graduate schools. Am I right?
Yeah, I originally applied to a bunch, but didn't get accepted.
Did you get some calls back, have some interviews with some of those labs or some of those?
Only one with Irvine, UC Irvine.
Tell me about that.
Well, it was a new experience for me going to the interview. There were like 6 people, I think, that were applying along with me in the interviews.
What happened?
I just never heard back from them.
But you did have an interview?
Yeah.
Tell me about the interview, would you?
Well, we basically went to the university, kind of toured the neuroscience labs, different professors, and they said what their research was about. And they asked me what my research that I had done was.
Do you think you interviewed well?
Not well enough, apparently.
But you had some competition.
Right.
Do you think you interviewed as well as many of the other applicants?
I don't know. I didn't see the other applicants.
What do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think about the way you interviewed? Did you have an impression of how you did?
I think I came across as shy.
Was it comfortable in the interview? Were you comfortable doing it, or were you?
A bit anxious.
And it was your first job interview at that point in your life?
Like a long time.
Okay. We mentioned that you were Phi Beta Kappa. You were also a Dean's Fellow and a Regent Scholar at Riverside.
Right.
I have some the notes that you wrote in the jail, which I didn't realize I had, but I looked and I have. You wrote a lot of philosophical stuff.
Right. I felt it was important to write it down.
A big one?
I felt it was important to write it down.
Yeah. I want to ask you more about that probably this morning. But can you tell me about when you wrote those things?
Before I gone to Denver Health, so like in that period between being arrested and different.
Okay. After you got back from Denver Health, did you write any more?
I think I wrote a poem and I wrote like a game I designed.
Okay, I remember reading about those. And how soon after you got back from Denver Health was that?
That was in December.
December of 2012, probably?
Yeah.
Okay. Since then, have you done some more writing?
No. Stop writing.
Tell me about the urge to write, the impulse to write while you're in your cell.
I just thought they were important ideas to get down with paper.
Because? I'm not disagreeing.
There's no reason. I don't think so.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just kind of want to know how you thought of it.
Yeah, I just thought of it that way.
Through history, a number of people have written important things from prison cells.
I didn't look into that.
But you're aware of that, are you not?
Well, I am now.
You weren't
I didn't know that previously.
You didn't know that a lot of authors have written theories and novels and things like that after being locked up by the king or some such thing?
I think maybe Galileo did it.
Anyway, I found it interesting, and I'd like to go through some of that with you a little bit later. I also ran across some mention of a fellow named Jonathan Murphy.
Yeah, he was a graduate student in the second rotation.
Okay. Tell me about you and Jonathan Murphy.
Well, my desk was next to his. He helped me with learning the procedures for some of the lab work.
Okay. Was he ahead of you or your same level?
He's been there like 3 or 4 years at that time.
Okay. Did he like mentor you or take you under his wing or just a friend or just a coincidental meeting? Co-worker. Somebody described him as in some ways being a mentor, maybe not an official mentor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess he mentored me during the rotation.
Tell me more about that relationship, would you?
We just showed me where the chemicals were, where the kits were, where the machines were.
Did y'all ever do anything outside the lab, outside the school?
No, not really.
Go have a beer, or get lunch or coffee?
Nope.
Another person I don't think I asked you about was Professor Delacqua.
Yeah, he was the professor of that second rotation.
Tell me about Professor Delacqua.
He recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
You're smiling as you say he recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's not quite that way.
Well, some of it's not relevant to what I needed to do.
Tell me more.
I don't know, it just goes on and on. So he talks for a long time.
Good teacher, mediocre teacher, bad teacher?
He wasn't really teaching me anything. So most of that I did from John.
Okay. What was he supposed to be teaching?
I don't think he was supposed to be teaching. He didn't have a teaching job.
Delacqua?
Yeah.
From the texts and things, he wasn't the most liked professor at the place. Does that ring a bell?
Who said that?
Trying to think with the interchanges, little sarcasms about Mark Delacqua.
I could see that as valid.
In what way?
He's kind of standoffish, I guess.
Toward the end of the year, you needed to take your prelims.
Right.
Can you tell me a little about, academic-wise, what was leading up to the prelims? What was school like leading up to them?
Well, all the core courses were finished by then. It was the third rotation was going on.
Are there 3 rotations per year?
Yeah,
Okay. Kind of like a quarter system?
I think it's a quarter system.
Okay. So what were you doing, say, what was roughly the date of the prelim?
It was June, mid-June sometime.
So what would you have been doing in May with regard to prelims?
In May? I guess studying or something. I didn't study for the prelims though.
Did the other students or your
Probably.
peers, as of May, would they have been worrying about the prelims or studying for the prelims?
I would say so.
Was that different from the way you were looking at the prelims?
Well, they didn't give much direction on what the prelims were going to be on, so I didn't know what to study for.
You didn't know what to say. But the other people were studying something. Am I right?
I can't actually confirm that. I just assume.
Would you assume that? Okay. Tell me more about not studying or not studying as much.
Well, I guess that was unusual for me because I usually study for tests.
6 months before that, would you have been studying a lot for whatever was coming up?
No, I probably would have been working at some neuroscience courses and core courses at that time.
Did that require a lot of study?
Not that much.
In a given day or week, can you give me an idea of how much time you spent working on classwork, homework, for want of a better term, studying one way or another, reading?
Well, there'd usually be a test on Friday, and then turning in a take-home test on Monday.
And how much preparation time and reading time and study time would those things take outside of class for you?
Maybe 5 hours
Per day, per week?
per week.
So are you saying that in a given week in grad school, which is pretty tough, you were working roughly an hour a day or less on average on your studies? Is that about right, or am I missing something?
Usually it wouldn't be spread throughout. It would usually be on a day I wanted to complete the test.
Okay. Help me out a little bit. I'm trying to get an idea of how much time you spent outside of class. Let's say in a given week, you applied 5 hours based on the weekly exam and the weekly paper. Is that about it for a week for you?
Yeah, it's about it.
Okay. What do you think other students, your peers, were doing in terms of that? Were they spending, as far as you know, roughly the same amount of
I
time?
assume it's about
About the same amount of time? Okay. That leaves a lot of free time for a grad student. I didn't know grad students had that much free
well,
time.
then there's all the rotation you have to do. You're in lab then every day, basically. 4 or 5 days.
Roughly how many hours a day would you
Like
be
9
in?
to 5.
Okay. As prelims came closer, let's just say May, about how much time were you spending reading or studying?
I can't remember if the third rotation is still going on or not. But I had to do a PowerPoint for one of my classes. I spent like 5 hours for that too, I guess, each week. The rest was like playing video games and watching TV.
You're a smart guy. Could you play video games, watch TV, and still do okay in classes?
Yeah.
Okay. With regard to preparing for prelims,
It was almost done.
in my mind, I've not taken the kind of prelims you're talking about. In my mind, most people prepared quite a bit for them. Is that accurate, that you would be unusual and that you didn't prepare much? Or would that not be unusual?
That would be unusual.
So, tell me about the not preparing bit.
Well, I felt that since there wasn't any direction given to what should be studied for study at all.
Was there anybody you could have asked about it?
I did ask. I asked my advisor, and he just said study everything, which wasn't too helpful.
A little too broad a task.
Uh,
Any other reasons that you didn't study for the prelims? We're talking now roughly May.
well, I was focused on my mission.
Okay. Was the mission filling up the time and pushing other important things out of the way, or was it just that you didn't know what to study or feel like studying for prelims?
It was a bit of both.
What portion of both?
Probably 25, 75, or 75 is not knowing what to study.
So give or take 25% is the mission is pushing other things aside.
Right.
And give or take 75% is, I don't know what to study anyway, so I might as well not study.
Right.
Is that right? And again, as I said before, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Sometimes I talk too much.
Not exactly.
Did that change one way or the other as we move into June and the prelims get closer?
I didn't really care if I passed or failed or at the time.
So I'm sorry, the last
At that time,
at that time. So did your behavior change or stay the same
my behavior. What do you mean?
in terms of not studying? You continued to not study
Right.
for him. Did the reason for not studying continue to be about 75%? I don't know what to study anyway, and 25% the mission is filling my time, or did that proportion change as we?
I think it flipped. So 75% mission.
Okay. When the prelims themselves came around, tell me, how long are the prelims? Is it 1 day, half a day?
No, it's not that long. I think it was only an hour.
Really?
It was an oral examination, so I've never taken an oral examination before.
So there's no written portion, it was all oral.
Right, you could use the whiteboard, draw stuff.
Do you remember the day that you took them? I don't want the date, but can you picture the day that you took them in your mind?
Yeah.
Walk me through that day, would you?
Well, I got up and went to the neuroscience conference room, which is where I was at. And there were 3 professors, each tested me on a separate subject. One was like cell biology, next was like systems neuroscience. And the third, I don't remember what classification. But
Who was in the room for your exam?
those 3 other professors.
So you're sitting there in front of a panel of professors, sort of. Is that accurate, or?
I'm standing in front of the whiteboard.
Tell me about how they ask you questions. What kind of questions?
Well, they asked me what happens to compound X when you stimulate a neuron and it's inhibited or something.
How did they question you? Was it civil? Was it abrasive? Rapid fire? How would you describe the way they questioned you?
Casual.
Casual. How did you feel as they were questioning you?
That I wasn't answering the problem correctly.
And how did you feel about not answering the problem correctly?
I didn't feel one way or the other. Yeah.
Really? Didn't bother you?
No.
What do you make of that? It's your.
Well, that it didn't matter that I passed or failed.
That's the second time you've said it didn't matter whether you passed or failed.
Right.
And it didn't matter because?
Because I was going to complete my mission and get locked up, killed.
So, if I understand you right, by that time, and by before that time, you anticipated not continuing anyway. You anticipated either being killed or locked up within a matter of weeks.
Or a matter of a month or 2.
Was the outcome really that firmly locked in as of, say, early June?
The outcome of failing the test?
The outcome of I'm going to die or I'm going to be in prison?
Yeah, those are the 2 options.
About when, if you remember, I know it's over 2 years ago, about when did that very restricted outcome, only 2 options, about when did that become crystal clear to you?
When I bought the shotgun. So that was before the preliminary exam.
So that's way back in March, am I remembering right? When
I don't remember the date.
But it's months before.
Yeah, I think it's a month before.
Okay. The shotgun was the first firearm you bought, or
The second.
The second firearm you bought. Okay. Okay. That being the case, do you remember why you even stayed in school?
I thought it was like conspicuous if I just dropped out without any warning or any justifiable cause.
It would look conspicuous. What's wrong with looking? I mean, people do drop out of grad school, I guess.
Right. So I dropped out with a reason, not the preliminary exams.
Suppose you had just dropped out to continue the mission. Well,
Then it would probably raise red flags to my professors or to Fenton.
you had already seen Fenton at that time, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. When you finished the hour of the exam, well, let me go ahead. Did you try to answer the questions, or did you?
Yeah, I tried. Some of them I knew, but I just didn't write it down.
Really?
Yeah.
Sometimes you know an answer and not bother to write it down.
Or see it. Like, I knew the answer, but I didn't see it.
By the end of that hour, were you certain that you'd failed, or did you not know one way or the other?
I had a pretty good idea that I would fail.
And once again, did that matter to you at all?
Well, it kind of facilitated the mission to keep going.
I'm curious, was there any feeling of, or would there have been any feeling of wanting to pass just to show you could do it?
Yeah, I felt that way a little bit.
Were you disappointed that you didn't? You didn't show yourself that you could do it?
No, because I believed I could still do it if I'd taken the retake exam.
You decided not to take the retake.
Right.
Tell me about that decision.
Well, failing the prelim had made an excuse to drop out of school. So it wouldn't make much sense to then go and retake the exam.
Except maybe to show yourself that you could pass.
Well, I believed I could pass anyway.
Okay, fair enough. Fair. As people ask you, I think there were a couple of texts, maybe with Ben or somebody, about what you were going to do. You didn't mention the mission to them. Pretty much what you said was that you were just going to drop out. Am I remembering that right?
I don't remember ever texting them that I was going to drop out.
Okay.
I think by then I wasn't communicating with Ben and Cardi.
You texted with somebody, and I'm trying to think who it might have been. Maybe Hillary, who asked you about the prelims.
Yeah, I
something?
did.
Okay. Okay. Do you regret not passing the prelim? Just for personal
Just for like pride reasons.
pride reasons?
A little bit.
The process of sitting in there in that hour is a very unusual experience. And you've talked before about difficulty with situations analogous to that, and about the idea of freezing up.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about what was going on inside you as they were throwing questions at you?
Well, I kind of just went on autopilot.
You what?
Went on autopilot.
Did you have the freezing up experience?
A little bit, but then I would just jot something down
On the whiteboard.
on the whiteboard.
In the past, when you've frozen up, you mentioned that sometimes images come to mind.
Yeah.
Remember those that you told me about a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
What were those images in the past? Can you refresh me?
Images of people getting sawed up or killed.
You remember the way in which they get killed? When you're frozen up and the image comes?
I don't think so. I think just that they died.
I remember you talking about the saws.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing was what you phrased, nuclear winter.
Right, that wasn't for individual people though.
That wasn't for individual people. Okay. Did you have any of those images during the question at the prelims?
No, because I was focused on answering the question.
Did you know ahead of time that it was going to be exactly an hour, or did you not know how long it was going to be?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to Bring out the writings that you did in yourself. And once again, I may have already asked you this. Do you have any interest in continuing to write?
No, not really. Just read.
You wanted to get these ideas out, but some of them appear to be very complex ideas that could be developed or expanded or extended. Do you feel any wish to develop or expand or extend some of those ideas
Not anymore.
at the time? What do you make of that?
They attributed an unusual amount of importance to them before I was medicated.
And you're implying that the medication has taken away or dulled or eliminated that impulse?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the sets of pages refers to galactic colonization.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember kind of where you were when you were writing those things? You thinking about those things?
Yeah, I was reading sci-fi at that time.
You're reading sci-fi at the time. Okay. Tell me about your thoughts on galactic colonization.
Well, without galactic colonization, the human race would die out eventually, just because we run out of resources, or the sun would expand and consume the Earth.
Sooner or later, Earth is not going to be a good home.
Right.
Or maybe not even an existing home.
Right.
I read a little science fiction myself, so some of the things that you wrote down are pretty consistent with the various ideas that have come up. But were these ideas largely things that came out of you, or do you think they came out of some of the things that you read?
Both. Both.
Both. Okay. The next one is a bit more philosophical. Again, we're talking about some point before you went to Denver Health.
Right.
Do you recall whether it's just before or a long time before, soon after you were arrested?
Well, I wrote it sequentially, so the farther back on the pages it is, the closer it will be.
What would be about the very earliest one, do you think?
That galactic colonization,
Okay.
if they're in one.
Roughly when would that have been, do you know?
I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe a month after.
After your arrest?
Yeah.
Good question. Two questions. Did the officers at the jail know that you were doing the writing at that point? Or do you know?
I'd assume because they have cameras.
So you weren't hiding it particularly?
I don't know how you would be able to hide it with
Yeah.
two cameras.
The only reason I ask that is that at some point, I think close to the time that you went to Denver Health, they mentioned finding the notes. And I was wondering whether they knew they were there before, because after all, they roused you and they overturned your book, stuff like that on a pretty regular basis, right?
Right. Yeah. They wouldn't usually read it. They wouldn't like, pick up a notepad and read.
And I'm aware of, or I've been made aware that it's okay for you to write stuff in your cell. Nobody minds if you do that.
Right.
Okay. The next thing, at least in the order that I have, the subtitle is Finite versus Infinity, Live and Die.
Okay.
Do you recall that general
A little.
train of thought? Can you tell me about it?
Well, death is infinite and life is finite.
What else came to mind then or comes to mind now?
Can I see the page?
Sure, you're welcome to.
Okay. So I was kind of speculating that before you live, there's called it before life, is the same as after you live, which is afterlife. So it kind of didn't. It ultimately didn't matter what you did in life because it would just go back to before and after.
What's in the pre-life and the post-life? What's that like?
Dreamless sleep.
And I've heard you use that phrase before. I remember someone asking some philosopher, what happens after you die? What do you expect will happen after you die? And he said, they said, where will you go after you die? And he said, I guess the same place I spent the first 8 billion years.
Right.
So that sounds kind of
like
similar.
that idea.
Yeah, it does. Toward the bottom of this page, kind of consistent with what you just said, you write, how can one attribute meaning to life when such ideals exist in non-existence? Any
I'm
idea?
not sure what that means.
Okay. Life is an eternal struggle to obtain these ideals.
Life's a struggle because it's imperfect.
You also say, and I'm aware that these may be kind of disjointed thoughts at this point, that the dreamless, imperturbable, I don't know whether that's imperturbable, the dreamless sleep is the epitome of peace, justice, and freedom.
Right.
Do you recall that kind of thought?
It sounds accurate.
How might you expand on that? If you were teaching me about that thought, rather than the kind of bumper sticker of the sentence,
right?
What would you teach me about that thought?
Well, in life, there's conflict and struggles. There's not absolute freedom. You're bound by laws of nature, and human laws. But when you're in the dreamless sleep, you're just kind of in a perfect state.
The word here may be imperceptible. So can one not perceive that perfect state when he's in it?
Right, there might not be a perception because you're not conscious.
I can understand how that might be the epitome of peace, as you write here. But you also say it's the epitome of justice and freedom.
Well, nothing's holding you back for freedom. It's kind of like floating.
Kind of like what?
Floating. Floating.
Floating, okay. A little ways through, we come to some pages on the ultraception.
Yeah, I didn't really explain ultraception the first time around.
Can you help me with it now? And the way you were thinking about it in jail?
I kind of figure it as a philosopher's stone, which is a solution to all problems. And that can be achieved through death. So it kind of relates back to a peaceful state, to dreamless sleep a little bit.
Relates back to the peaceful state of dreamless sleep, is what you said? Yeah. And a little later in the writing, you do use the phrase philosopher's stone.
Right.
Okay. The ultraception, and then you have your logo for the ultraception.
Right.
All perspectives at once, and not and every.
So like any perspective you can take, any not perspective you can take, it's going to encompass everything.
All thoughts at once, all and or times. All space at once and or times at once.
Right, so it's sort of this all-encompassing idea.
Space and times at once. Times at once. What comes to mind as you say that?
that it's like God a little bit. Because God is everything. He's all spaces and time.
I believe you said last time we talked that the ultraception concept comes largely from within you and your thoughts, original to you.
Right, I haven't read anything.
Okay. Can you think of any particular readings that come close or that are analogous to the ultraception?
Maybe the Bible.
In what way?
That they're defining and characterizing God a little bit.
I think, and I brought this up last time, what comes to my mind is quantum physics, cosmology. Does that ring a bell at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
Quantum physics deals with like the smallest possible particles and their relation to the rest of the universe.
One of the next pages is titled Awareness Basis. You see it okay?
Yep.
Okay. You talk about awareness arising from the nervous system. A neurochemical event creates awareness. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Okay. Then one of the bullet points you have is that one can be alive and not aware. You refer to the dreamless sleep.
Like if you're comatose or something.
Okay. Then a question. Can one be aware and not alive? Have you answered that question for
No,
yourself?
I haven't answered.
I guess that would be in the pre-life or the post-life setting.
Yeah, you'd have to be dead.
Are you curious about that?
Yeah.
Is it one of the questions that death might answer for you?
I would say so, yeah. It would be solved when you're dead.
For you, is it a reason to die?
No, the reason to die is like old age, natural causes, I would say.
But is finding out the answers to questions about death for you?
I kind of figure they'll come when they come anyway.
Sounds like you don't want to rush those. Or am I wrong?
There's no reason to hasten toward it.
What about for people that you kill?
No, that wasn't really a part of why we killed them.
I think one of the things that you wrote or said at some point was that you had the idea that people wouldn't mind being killed or shouldn't mind being killed. Does that ring a bell?
That sounds accurate.
Tell me about that thought.
Well, they're going to be going to a peaceful state, and they'll avoid all the conflict and struggles of life.
They haven't yet decided that on their own, though, to go to that state.
Correct. It would be within my power.
And do you think that they, well, and actually I want to go back to June and July of 2012. At that time, so far as you remember, did you think that they wouldn't mind being killed or that they shouldn't mind being killed?
I never considered it.
Didn't consider whether they should mind or not?
Right.
Or whether they would mind or not?
Right. I was focused on increasing my own value about their needs.
Is it fair to say that you were indifferent to their needs or wants or shoulds?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Because I take it no one in the theater that day went quietly to his or her death.
What do you mean?
That is, they maybe would or should want death in one way of your thinking about it. I understand you weren't considering that. But when the actual event took place, they did not go quietly.
Well, I didn't hear them say anything.
Do you think that, do you speculate that they simply didn't mind being shot?
I've never considered it from their point of view.
What do you think now?
From their point of view, that they probably didn't want to be shot.
If I had asked you that somehow on July 19th, 2012, what would your answer have been?
Well, I never asked the questions that went into.
If I had asked you that question,
Okay.
the question
They
is, would they mind being shot? What do you think you would have said on July 19th, 2012?
they probably will mind being shot.
If I had asked you the question slightly different one, should they mind being shot, given your philosophy of life and death, what would your answer have been then?
No, because it doesn't matter what you do in life.
Because
It doesn't matter what you do in life, because you're just going to die anyway.
that doesn't quite jive to me with what your mission was.
Right.
It mattered. Your mission mattered a great deal to you.
Right. So it was the time I was alive, it did matter.
So
But in the end, it wouldn't matter.
at the time, what you were doing or going to do to them mattered to you, right?
Right.
What they might have thought about it didn't matter. Is that accurate?
What can you repeat it?
Sure. Your activities and your carrying out the killings did matter to you. It was a mission. It
Right.
mattered.
Yeah.
You were spending lots of time and energy on that.
Right.
What they wanted, or whether they wanted to die or be injured, did that not matter to you?
It didn't come up as. It's not that it didn't matter. It's that.
If I asked you that question then and said, Jimmy, does it matter to you that they don't want to die or they don't want to be injured?
Well, I can only answer that what it means now in retrospective.
Can you speculate about what you think you might have answered then?
It probably would matter a great deal to them.
How about to you? Would what they want matter to you on July 19th?
Yes, because I'm empathetic.
Can you make those two concepts jive? Because on the one hand, you carried it out with what you've described as an indifference to what they wanted. But you just said that it matters, or that you believe that I asked you then, you would have said, yes, it matters.
Right.
Because you have empathy for them.
Right. Okay. I don't know if indifference is the right word. Maybe unknowledgeable about it.
I'll say that again.
Maybe not knowing and being unknowledgeable
About.
of their conditions and their thoughts.
Let's go with your word then. Unknowledgeable about. Tell me again what you would be unknowledgeable about at the time.
Of not asking the question of, does it matter to them if they live or die?
If I had asked you, I understand that you didn't ask yourself the question.
Right.
You've kind of answered the question when I asked it, I think in two ways, and it's interesting to me. If I'd asked you the question, you believe now that you would have said, yes, I understand they don't want to die.
Right.
And you also said something akin to, that's not important to my mission. I need to carry out my mission. Is that fair to say or not?
Right, it's kind of irrelevant.
Okay, irrelevant is a better word than indifferent.
I don't know the word for not asking the question.
Okay. What do you think about not asking the question? Does that get us off the hook for, gee, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to eat the cake, even though it was No, that's not a very good analogy. I see the birthday cake for John, and my name is Jimmy, but I'm not asking anybody whether the cake is for John, so I can go ahead and eat it. Is that?
I don't know if that compares or not.
Why do you suppose you didn't ask yourself? You sure thought about lots of things during the preparation for the mission. You were very complete in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't ask.
Assuming that it didn't occur to you to ask what the other people would have felt. What do you make of it not occurring to you?
It should have occurred.
Okay. That's looking back now.
Yeah.
It should have occurred. What about you in July of 2012 do you suppose led to it not occurring to you? You thought about the consequences for yourself.
Right, yeah.
You knew the consequences for others, but didn't think about it as relevant. You didn't ask yourself about it.
Right. I guess that made it easier or made me able to do it, because maybe I wouldn't have been able to do it if I looked at it.
Okay. I think that's a thoughtful answer. Thank you. On the same awareness basis page, under can one be aware and not aware, you mentioned, quote, the notion of the soul immortal or spirit comes to mind. Soul immortal and spirit sounds a little different from dreamless sleep.
What's the question?
I'm sorry?
What's the question?
When you were writing this, apparently a couple of months after the shootings, you're thinking about apparently the notion of the soul immortal or spirit.
Right. I didn't know what that would be. What that is.
And it doesn't say that you have that notion. It just says the notion. So maybe maybe that's someone else's notion. But I guess I'm kind of wondering if that notion of a soul immortal or spirit fits somewhere in your view of the cosmos or view of things.
It could be something that exists forever.
That exists
forever.
Is that a good or bad thing? Indifferent? A definable thing?
I don't know what it means.
Does it have any value? Does it? You're referring on the next page, and I'm a little confused about it. Let me go to the transcript of it. You're talking a little bit about beliefs of reincarnation. In practice, however, this is yet to be possible, and the complexity of such a venture in immortalizing a matter arrangement that is amenable to changes on matter around it is daunting. That's a bit confusing to me. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
Well, I thought if the person was reincarnated, he'd have to be into a conscious state.
Okay. And in the next sentence, indeed, you refer to the duplication of one's awareness. And the last bullet is an interesting statement. The permanent loss of awareness and unity with the ultraception is the philosopher's stone.
Death is the philosopher's stone.
It sounds like that's kind of the ultimate place to go.
Yeah.
And then you have the logo, the ultraception logo right after that. Read much about Buddhism?
No, not really.
Does any of this remind you of
Kind of sounds like Zen
Zen-like philosophies?
a little bit.
Do you think any of it arises out of some past familiarity with Zen?
Yeah, it could be unconscious.
The next page refers to unconceivable, conceivable, and the paradox.
Okay.
And the bullet that I kind of, or the stuff that I sort of had highlighted, was that in general, I think you say men are not philosophers, but philosophers. Remember coining that term?
Yeah.
Tell me about philosophers.
I don't remember what that was.
Sounds to me from reading this that you were talking about people who tried to be philosophers but got it wrong or were thinking badly. And thus we're philosophers. But that may not be exactly what you meant.
I don't remember what it was.
Okay. My thought, not yours.
Okay.
Then you refer again to the philosopher's stone as the solution to all problems and all questions. Wise apes have thrown the stone unwittingly for eons when problems arose that appeared so difficult as to be unsolvable. I take it wise apes refers to humans? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean, or what do you think you meant at the time? Wise apes have thrown the stone, the philosopher's stone, unwittingly for eons.
You kind of suggest violence is the last resort when all other problems can't solve it. So it's kind of considered the philosopher's stone as violence.
Oh, okay. You mean seeing the stone as a literal stone instead of a figurative stone?
Well, both.
Something to throw, or they become violent. So it can give you a literal image or a figurative image. Interesting. Can you say any more about that?
Just that the ultimate violence is death. We resort to killing when we can't solve a problem any other way.
Sounds like that applies to politics and wars.
Right, yeah.
Does it apply to you?
Yeah.
Tell me how it applies to you.
Well, I couldn't solve the problem of getting out of my depression. So I thought I would kind of make myself more valuable by killing people.
And I think we talked about that being more valuable, correct me if I'm misremembering, didn't mean you would live longer
No,
or that you would have more lives. Tell me again, in what way you're more valuable?
well, it's kind of like the value of a dollar. Like a dollar isn't worth anything, but you attribute value to it. So if you attribute value to killing people, then you become more valuable when you kill a person.
And who does the attributing of the value?
The killer.
So who attributes the value to Jimmy Holmes?
I do.
Is there anyone else or any other entity that recognizes the value that you now
Not
have?
that I've heard of.
Do you think there might be?
It's possible.
Can you think about that a minute? We talked about you attributing the value yourself.
Right.
And it sounds like it's worth thinking about whether someone or something else also sees you as more valuable.
I don't know who would do that.
Think about it for a minute.
Maybe the justice system, because it creates an imbalance in value. The justice system wants to obliterate that and get it back to zero.
Obliterated by,
Killing me.
I think you did say last time we talked that once you die, everything goes to zero.
It either goes to zero, or if they're believers in the value system, then it could go towards their value.
And you did say that someone who executes you gets your value, which, by the way, at that point is 1, not 13. Do I remember
I'm
that?
not sure. It could be either. I'm not sure how to attribute it.
You're the arbiter of all this, though. No one else is making the rules. You're making the rules, right?
Right.
So you can make the rule however you want.
I can make it 1 or 13.
How do you want to make it?
1.
Is there anything that would countervene your decision to make it 1?
Yes, if someone else believed that I was worth 13, then they would be the arbiter for that.
Okay. So if someone who killed you
Right.
believed that you were worth 13, they get to decide once they've killed you whether it's 1 or 13.
Right.
How about before they kill you?
They could still make that decision if they believe it. So
How many folks do you think believe in the system?
I haven't told anybody about the system except in the
I'm sorry, except
in the notebook and tweet.
do you think anybody else has created the system or figured out the system independent of you?
Well, there's 7 billion people, so maybe.
One of the things I'm asking is it a system that's there for them to discover? Or is it a system that you invented and thus it's not there for them to discover, it resides only in you?
Although I invented the arbitrary value, you could say a person's worth 100 and not 1. So I invented the arbitrariness of it, but they could come up with the same system, the same value system. If they,
So Mary could invent it independently of your inventing it.
Right.
Like Edison and Tesla invented things independently.
Right. But it might not be exactly the same.
How valid would Mary's system be since it's not yours?
Well, people can believe whatever they want, so it's as valid as she believes it to be.
Does her believing it make it real?
Yeah, because beliefs are real.
Does her believing it make it real any place outside of her body?
As in other people, if she shared it and other people agreed, then it would be.
If they agree. Does it exist anywhere other than idiosyncratic to Mary?
I'm not sure what you're trying to
Let me bring it back to you, if I may. You have the belief.
Right.
The belief has been consistent and continued. Right.
Yeah.
I don't share the belief.
Right. So it's like you have an almost different religion.
If you believe that the file cabinet over there is gray, then it either is or isn't gray. And what I believe is irrelevant to whether it's gray or not. Let's say you're correct, it's gray, or it's a file cabinet. If I want to call it a pencil, doesn't matter. That exists independent of you, and
Right.
you don't just believe it, you're aware of it.
It doesn't take a herd mentality to do something.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't take a herd mentality.
It doesn't take any mentality, it's standing over there.
Right.
Your belief in the value system.
Right.
How close does it come to being there, whether I believe it or not?
So is it objective rather than subjective?
That's pretty close, sure.
I believe it to be objective, but then that's my subjective opinion. So
You believe it to be objective. Okay, I'm kind of pinning this down as best I can. If you weren't here,
right.
if, for example, you were deceased,
Yeah.
would the value system still be there?
Yeah.
But you're not there to describe it.
I've written it down, so it exists.
I'm sorry?
I've written it down.
Okay.
And shared it with other people, so it exists through them.
Okay. Fair enough. On another page, you talk about freedom. And one of the bullet points is moral law. To take away freedom, to give more freedom. Does that ring a bell right now?
I think I applied it to myself, so they took away my freedom to give other people more freedom.
Okay. Then you have a little section on morality. Morality, and under morality you have two groups, those who are wronged, those who are wrongers.
Right.
Okay. And then you have underneath that, it sounds like two sets of situations. One in which you compensate the wronged and reform the wrongers.
Right.
Another in which you compensate the wronged and punish the wrongers.
Right.
Can you tell me just about that portion of it? I'll ask about the rest of it in a minute, but the wronged and the wrongers, compensating the wronged, and either reforming or punishing the wrongers. Talk to me about that bit of philosophy.
Well, in morality, you have to find balance. And if a person's wrong, then they have to be compensated for whatever they were. And you want to make the person you wrong them better. And then the other option is, instead of making the wronger reformed, you punish him to create that balance.
To create the balance of balancing out the wronged and the wronger, and
Right.
Okay, balancing the world in a sense.
If you
Maybe
take it that global, I guess.
Okay. Is reforming and punishment a dichotomous situation, or can it be blended or proportioned?
You could do both. Yeah.
Morality is a huge subject for lots and lots of philosophies. Anything else to this part of morality? What do you mean here with regard to morality?
I don't think so.
What would be a wrong in morality for you?
Breaking a law.
Let's go back to May, June, July of 2012. What would you have thought would be a wrong? Doesn't have to be personal to you. A wrong and a wronger back then.
I don't know at that time. It would attribute wrong and wrong to.
Do you think you'd think any differently about it than you do now, or no?
No, I think now that the person who wrongs is a wronger, and the person who's wronged is.
2.5 years ago, were there people who are wronged and people who are wrongers in general?
No, I don't think it defines a person.
Okay. How then have you changed in that regard, if you have?
Well, I think I'm being treated like a wronger. It's because of being punished with having no freedoms outside of jail.
You said punished like a wronger. In that regard, are you a wronger or no?
I would say no.
And you're not a wronger because? Can you explain that to me?
I don't know how to explain that.
Lots and lots of people would say you committed wrong.
Right. Well, I should say that.
I understand. I believe you're saying that you didn't commit wrong.
Now I believe I did.
you said that you shouldn't be punished as a wronger, or something like that.
The best option is reform.
Okay. I want to stick with the punish for right now.
Okay.
You're being punished like a wronger. I think those were your words. The implication is that you're not a wronger, but you're being punished. And when I said, "Are you a wronger?" you said, "No."
Right.
Do you see the disconnect between your statement and what so many other people say about you being a wronger?
That's what they believe.
And in what way can you convince me, I guess, with an argument that you are not a wronger?
What's what I believe? It's moral relativism.
I understand a little about moral relativism. I'm asking, other than the tautology of it's true because I say it's true, do you have any other way of convincing me or moving me in the direction of believing that you're not a wronger?
Well, it was only one event. The rest of my life, I was okay.
Okay. One event out of many, one day out of many thousands of days
Right.
that you've lived. Okay. Anything else contribute to your argument to me that you're not a wronger?
No.
Okay. Would the same principle apply to somebody who robbed a bank one time?
Yeah.
Would that person deserve punishment? Let me go back. So that person, on balance, would not be a wronger if the rest of his life was law-abiding?
Yeah.
I can understand the concept. It sounds like in pursuing that concept, one sort of has to say the punishment system is wrong itself, unless somebody really has been wrong most of the time in their life, or wronger consistently, lots and lots. Am I close there? Or?
Well, it's better to have a correcting system than a punishment system. But we currently don't really have a way to correct brain diseases.
And that's a philosophical statement. Let me now bring it to you. You're not a wronger. Because you say you're not a wronger. Because that's your philosophy. Or belief. And because you had many, many more good days than bad ones.
Right.
Only one bad one. Okay. Does the wrong have anything to do with how much of a wrong it was? For example,
A lot of people versus everyone.
exactly. That was exactly my thought. 12 deaths, 50 some odd injuries. Some
The
of them
magnitude matters.
the magnitude matters. Given that magnitude and the number of other lives affected, not just the folks in the theater, would you still hold to the idea that you're not a wronger?
I would say that was selfish, not morally wrong.
Okay. Return the tables because this is intriguing to me. If someone had, in an effort to kill you, cut off your leg
Okay.
so that You're not dead in a peaceful, dreamless sleep. You're alive with no leg and it hurts. Has that person wronged you?
Yes, because I'm not whole anymore.
Is that person a wronger?
No, not necessarily.
Under what circumstances might he not be a wronger? Having cut off your leg in an effort to kill you.
He had to do it.
He had to do it too. Like,
But if he had to cut off my leg for some reason or another, or also other consequences to not doing it.
what if he was simply trying to kill you and didn't succeed? And was trying to kill you in order to get a point for himself?
What do you mean by a point?
The same kind of points that you mean.
Value point?
Yes.
Then you wouldn't be wrong.
He would not be wrong. Okay. What do you think you, the victim in this scenario, would do or feel with regard to the person that tried to kill you and you lost a leg?
Probably want vengeance.
Probably what?
Want vengeance.
Okay. Do you think you'd think that he was a wronger? From your victim viewpoint?
Maybe for what he did in that specific case, but that doesn't mean he's generally a wronger.
Okay. We carry this a little bit further. Your philosophy is strongly held. Your belief is strongly held.
Yeah.
And somebody tries to kill you and you lose a leg. Speculating, I guess. Do you think your belief would cause you to look him in the eye and say, I lost a leg, I'm sorry I lost a leg, but you're not a wronger?
Why would he apologize?
What?
Why would he apologize?
No, I'm talking about you looking him in the eye and saying, no matter what, he's being silent. But you hold your belief strongly, as you've described. Do you think you could, realistically speaking, say, you tried to kill me, I lost my leg, but I don't believe you're a wronger?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay. Reminds me a little bit of the Christian beliefs, in which one of the tests of it is, do you believe it enough to go and be crucified in the Inquisition or something like that? It's reminiscent of other people's strong beliefs. At least my questions are.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense or not. It makes sense to me.
People held strong beliefs in the Inquisition, but would change them after torture and stuff.
You think you'd change yours after torture?
Yeah.
Think you'd change it after you lost the leg?
No.
And that's all hypothetical. I understand that.
Okay.
Although about 5 sentences down, you have another question here. Do you believe in forgiveness? I don't know whether the you is you or who the you is. Tell me about forgiveness.
That's where you, I guess, I don't know. I was going to say you forgive somebody, but that's circular.
What does forgiveness do?
It reestablishes the balance of justice.
You've used the word balance a couple of times, yeah.
Or equality.
If you're the wronged person, does forgiveness do anything for you?
It makes the situation equal again.
I get to a page titled The Destruction Law.
Yeah.
Tell me about the destruction law as you were thinking about it.
It's kind of the opposite of a society or societal law, where like, instead of trying to build and increase the population in a society, you're decreasing the population in the efforts to destroy everything.
And what's the premise of that? What's the purpose or the foundation or the reason for it that one might
Just
do
to
that?
eliminate mankind.
Tell me more about eliminating mankind. What does that do? Where does it come from?
Well, in the destruction law, every 2 people you kill, you're allowed to have 1 child. So it increases the incentive to be destructive. And people who don't kill people can't have any children.
Do you recall kind of the frame of mind or what you were thinking about when you wrote this paper?
It's kind of like an alternative to nuclear.
And I take it there's something positive about the destruction law, or am I misunderstanding? That that's a good thing under some circumstance?
The positive is it eliminates mankind and all problems associated with living.
I guess I could look at it one way and think about population control.
Right. So,
But I think you're saying eliminate mankind altogether. Is that right?
right, and you do it through this population control, increasing destruction.
And you have a little reward for people who do murders. That is, they can have children of their own if they want to,
Right.
according to what you've written. And tell me why the elimination of mankind is something to be accomplished.
Because there's no purpose or reason for mankind to exist.
Why does that make it important to destroy it?
So the problem of that purpose is solved.
The problem of that purpose? What problem of that?
The problem of not having a purpose is solved.
From our viewpoint, there's no purpose in Jupiter either.
Okay.
So should we just destroy it?
Destroying Jupiter won't solve any all problems. So.
But it has no purpose anyway. What problems does mankind create?
War, famine, disease.
Okay. And those are differences between mankind and Jupiter. I'll certainly give you that.
Right.
It sounds like you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that mankind causes wars. Destroying mankind will end wars. And that's a good thing.
Right. Yeah.
Are you saying that anyone who's affected by a war is automatically to be destroyed or needs to be destroyed? There are no innocents, if you will, or no benign or neutral or innocent folks involved in the wars?
Well, not everybody's involved with wars.
But you're willing to wipe out mankind to eliminate wars.
And all the other problems.
And all the other problems. What I don't hear you saying is, let's wipe out all the warmongers.
Well, it's kind of human nature almost to fall back to wars and violence when there's no solution.
So, in the end, everybody's a warmonger? And if you destroy them all, then you're assured of destroying all the warmongers?
Well, they're not necessarily the warmonger, but everybody has problems. And has to live life as a struggle.
Once again, going back to some of the things we've talked about before, it doesn't sound like you're talking about this as something that you do in anger.
No, there's no anger to it.
Because we talked, I think, about ways in which you hate mankind.
Right, kind of
Or hated mankind.
aversive versus aggressive.
Okay. The broccoli versus
even though I actually like broccoli.
okra, something else.
Oh, Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts. Okay. And it's interesting to me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. There seems to be a distinct separation and non-relationship between your words, hatred of mankind, which you sometimes describe as aversion to mankind,
Yeah.
on the one hand, and quite separate, the destroying of mankind.
No, destroying doesn't come out of the hatred.
Understand? Does the destroying at all, in any way, come out of the aversion or hatred of mankind? Even the aversion. Let me use your word aversion, even though we both understand that you've used the word hatred before, but you've said hatred means aversion of, like hatred of Brussels sprouts.
Right.
If I'm tracking right.
Right.
Okay. Is there any connection between that concept, which has been with you for a long time, decades, and the wish or need or logic of destroying mankind?
There might be some incentive there.
I'm sorry?
There might be some incentive there.
Tell me about that.
Well, because I'm averse to mankind, they don't want to have to deal with people. So one way is to get rid of them.
And we've talked a bit about there are ways to not be around them.
One way is to be solitary in jail.
Even though you still have to deal with them a little bit.
Right, to bring meals and stuff.
There are ways to be much more isolated outside of jail.
True. Yeah.
So the concept of, not to trivialize it, of destroying all the Brussels sprouts in the world. And you would never have to look at another Brussels sprout. You wouldn't have to look at a can of Brussels sprouts in the supermarket.
Right.
Is that getting akin to it? Is that analogous at all?
It's an option.
Or am I just making a really, is the analogy pretty much falling apart here?
No, it makes sense.
The end result is that you become one way or another isolated from mankind. The end result of the shooting.
Right.
Either an isolation type cell or deceased.
Right.
That purpose in the shooting is quite different from another purpose that you've mentioned, and that is to keep yourself from killing yourself.
Right, there's two separate things.
Any other pieces of the motivation for the killing?
I can't think of one.
To keep yourself from killing yourself.
Right.
And to end up somewhere
Minimal human interaction.
with minimal human interaction. Does it occur to you that they're both kind of selfish motivations?
Yeah, because it doesn't take the other person's perspective into account.
They're both to make you feel better in some way.
Yeah.
On the same destruction law page, ultraception comes up once more, only the arrows go in a confusing direction for me. Ultraception, dilated pupils, and more light. But the arrows are going that way, as if more light leads to dilated pupils, leads to ultraception. I would have thought the arrows would have gone the opposite way. Does that make sense, or can you explain that?
I don't remember what that means.
Okay. Oh, actually, I'm reading that a little bit erroneously. More light in eye. It sounds like you were wondering, one of the things you may have been wondering about is your dilated pupils.
Yeah, because I had them going into jail before I got on medications. So I don't know what they came from.
I look at your booking photographs. This, I think, it's your working photograph. It's one that they use in the newspaper and stuff like that.
Oh,
With the jumpsuit on, the yellow or orange hair. Your pupils are not particularly dilated. Maybe a little bit, but not that much. Roughly where they are today.
all right.
It's just kind of interesting. And by the way, your pulse when I took it was not as fast as it was when you were over at the hospital.
Well, maybe more used to jail.
I was going to ask if you feel in some way a little more at ease.
Could be.
Maybe a little more used to me.
Could be that too.
Yeah, I'm a friendly guy.
Yeah.
There's some pages about math and geometry and waves and stuff like that that I'd love to talk with you more about. But here's a page that says identifying the philosophers, aka insanes. Does that ring a bell about what you might have been thinking a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I remember some of what it was. It was about true or false questions.
Yes, the rest of the page has to do with true and false questions. But the equivalents apparently here, the philosophers are also known as the insanes. Is that kind of a philosophical statement, or is it a true equivalent, or
I don't know what this
roughly
came from.
any particular meaning to that, or that you can think of right now?
None that
And there's chain theory, which looks interesting. You had calculus. How far did you go in math and calculus?
Oh, I only took like medium calculus.
Okay. How about physics?
Basic physics, like we call it like physics 2A, 2B, 2C, like 3 physics courses.
Recalling things or reading sense about things like string theory and brain theory?
I read a little bit about string theory.
Interesting to you? Does it come to mind when you talk about your chain theory?
Yeah, it's pretty much chain theory.
And here's the poem you were talking about that you wrote apparently after.
Yeah, I think it was after as well.
Any thought about roughly when you wrote the poem?
December.
I'm sorry?
December.
About December. And I'll put a question mark. Would you read the poem to me?
What cruel dies of fate, whom sunken lies in wait, the past exceeds escape, to live in love and hate. With destiny I cry, forevermore, forever.
That's quite a high point. Can you tell me about the image in the poem, the imagery, the thoughts?
I was depressed. So I was depressed.
What cruel dies, D-Y-E-S, of fate? What are the meanings of the images in that one?
I don't know what it means.
Whom sunken lies in wait. What comes to mind?
I don't know.
This is a lot of I don't knows this morning.
I was never very good at analyzing poems.
But these are things that came out of you.
Right. Yeah.
And they're kind of pretty things that came out of you.
Okay.
Yeah. What cruel dies of fate? What kind of die are you talking about?
Color.
Colors.
Yeah.
Not a die like a dice that would be taught, would be spelled slightly different.
I think it would be spelled differently.
It would, but sometimes poets misspell things. Talking probably about color. Whom sunken lies in wait. Sounds like you're saying fate is sunken down and lying in wait. Is fate lying in wait for you?
Well, all the time it is, yeah.
The past exceeds escape.
You can't escape your path.
To live and love and hate. With destiny I cry forever, forevermore, forever. And then an ellipsis, dot, dot, dot.
Yeah, forever goes on.
To live and love and hate with destiny, I cry forevermore, forever. That's saying something kind of deep and poignant about you. What's it saying about you?
Just I'm trapped by my destiny.
What's the picture in your mind?
One of sadness.
Tell me more. What's the painting?
I don't have a mental image of it.
What are the feelings? What's the smell? What are the sounds? The sadness, the picture. With destiny, I cry forevermore, forever. When you're by yourself, do you know when you're by yourself? Does it come to you?
What do you mean?
Do you feel it more deeply, more poignantly, perhaps?
I don't think so.
Do you feel the porn?
Yeah, it's just one of sadness. It's an expression of sadness.
As we're thinking about it, do you happen to remember what you were doing or thinking when the poem came out of you?
No, I don't remember.
Write any other poems?
I think I wrote one in the notebook.
Okay. Any others? Do you think about them?
Not really.
I'm a little surprised you don't write.
But I don't write anymore.
Yeah.
I can figure what's the point of writing.
We talked about the photograph and the notebook.
To be remembered. I guess
Yes.
one way writers are remembered. Right?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. As ways to be remembered, as legacy. And you indeed mentioned that it's a way for your belief to get out and to exceed your depth whenever that may come.
Right, I kind of think it doesn't even matter if it does or not.
You getting depressed lately?
Not lately, no.
How are you sleeping?
Sleep a long time, from like midnight to 4 in the afternoon.
Why do you suppose you sleep so much? For several possible reasons.
But it's the easiest way to pass the time.
That sounds kind of hopeless to me. It's the easiest way to pass the time yesterday, and today, and tomorrow, and the next day.
Yeah, for years.
What are you feeling as you say that, or as I say that?
That's just the way it is.
That's the way I'd expect a non-sentient being to experience it. You're a sentient being.
Right.
My dog experiences his situation because that's the way it is.
I think dogs are sentient.
My gerbil,
I think gerbils are sentient too.
my chameleon.
I don't know about reptiles.
Okay. But you've got more capacity to remember the past, to speculate about the future, to put yourself in different situations.
I can't change the future or the past, though.
Nobody can.
Right.
But most people, everybody that I know of, has thoughts and feelings about pasts and futures.
Yeah, I have those too.
Tell me about some.
Well, you usually have fond memories of the past. So with my family. Not too many fond future memories or suppositions.
You talked about sadness. You haven't talked much about fear.
Right.
What do you fear about the future?
I don't have much of a fear about the future.
Do you fear days in which you sleep from midnight to 4 in the afternoon because there's nothing else to do? Do you fear that being your life for?
No, it's no worse than any other one.
Do Do you fear death, if that's what's in the cards?
No, mainly I fear pain.
You afraid of anything?
Pain.
Okay. Tell me about a pain or potential pain that scares you.
Just suffocation, stabbings, that kind of thing.
Which one of those is the more frightening?
Stabbings.
Picture yourself then being stabbed, painfully stabbed, and tell me about that. Walk me through the process.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Give it a try.
Well, I'd be put in a social situation with other inmates, and they have a shiv or something. Stabbed me when I was unaware, by surprise.
Let's start with the social situation with other inmates. Can you describe such a situation?
Being out in a common area with other inmates.
Okay. What do they look like?
Just normal people.
What do they look like?
They're wearing a green DOC uniform.
What else do they look like?
They're guys.
Pick two and describe them carefully to me.
One's tall, muscular.
I'm sorry?
Muscular.
Tall, muscular.
Another one could be sneaky, small.
Now, you're in that room. What are they doing?
Just standing around,
Then what do they do?
talking to each other.
Then what do they do?
One talks to me, the other goes around behind my back and stabs me in the back.
Tell me exactly what that's like. He's behind you, and then what happens? Go through the whole thing.
He pulls out the shiv and he stabs me in the back over and over again.
How does it feel?
Painful.
In what way? Where's the pain? What's it like?
What's a stabbing pain? What's a sharp, quick pain?
Go on.
Then I fall to the floor and then don't get up.
And what?
And don't get up.
What do they do then?
Walk away.
Okay. Then what?
Then I die.
You die. Right there.
Yeah, I bleed out.
How does the floor feel against your cheek?
Cold.
What's the feeling in your back where you were staying?
Starts to numbness.
Where did they get you?
Huh?
Where did they get you? In the back?
Into the heart.
We'll take it close. What are your thoughts as you fall to the ground? Feel the cold floor against your cheek. Can you numb that?
No more thoughts. Disappeared.
Do you realize you're dying? Or that you might die?
Yep.
What does that feel like to you?
It turns to serenity. Serenity.
It's scary?
Oh.
Was it scary when the big guy came to talk to you and you noticed the stinky guy going around behind you?
Yeah.
When did it change from scary to serenity?
When I'm on the floor and numb all over.
What if you survive?
And I probably get moved to a safer section.
I see the video game here.
Oh, card game.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for going through that fancy with me.
Okay.
I think it takes a lot of effort for you to do. Do you do that very often when you're by yourself?
No, not at all.
You mentioned that when you're by yourself, you can bring the shadows.
I haven't been able to lately.
Very quick.
I haven't been able to lately.
You haven't been able to ever try it?
Yeah. Looking at like blotches on the wall.
And you
Looking at blotches on the wall.
looking at blotches and you haven't been able to bring the shadows?
No.
Okay, yeah, the Baron of the Land. Kennedy?
Just something to pass the time.
You know, that strikes me as maybe a little more fun way to pass the time than to sleep. What about you?
Well, I find sleeping is the easiest, the most effortless.
That's true, definitely. That's true. I would do it too. Why don't we stop for lunch?
Okay.
And I'll come back in an hour and a half or so.
All right.
So, you had lunch?
Yep.
Okay. Anything special going on in the last hour and a half that I didn't know about?
No, just reading.
What are you reading right now?
I just finished up Game of Thrones book 5.
Oh, yeah. That's a very thick book. Isn't
Yeah, they're like dictionary size.
it? I've not read it.
It's a good series.
Good series. What other stuff have you read since you've been?
Like fantasy stuff called The Wheel of Time. So it's in like medieval kind of setting.
Is it medieval story, or does it have fantasy or sci-fi aspects mixed in?
It has fantasy mixed in, like prologues to these monsters and stuff.
Okay. Make a couple of notes here. Pupils are still good, huh? And take your pulse again. Thank you. Okay. We talked about the writing that you had done, which was very interesting. I mean, wrote some other topics, if I may, unless there's something that you recall from this morning that you want to expand on or clarify.
Nope.
When you were buying some of the equipment before the shooting, at Bass Pro Shop and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I noticed one of the videos. You spent a long time in the store. They kept you waiting a long time. You're waiting at the counter for like 30, 40 minutes or more.
That was the first time because I didn't know how long their, I guess, background checks and stuff.
Okay. So somebody was off doing a background check at the time?
Well, there's like an order to it, like 4 people were probably before me or something.
Was it shorter after that? Or several of the times you'd be in the store for an hour just to go through the paperwork?
Subsequent visits, I would go like eat lunch and then come back to the store.
Okay. In the store, I know that you're uncomfortable around strangers. In the store, did you have any difficulty with people? Did it bother you?
No, because I had something to talk about. It was there for a purpose.
Okay. Other customers didn't bother you, billing about, things like that?
No.
I've got a note here. There was a time, I'm wondering if you remember it, when you were talking with Ben, sometime after you started seeing Dr. Finn, and Ben was telling you he was depressed. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
So that's a long time. It was 2.5 years ago.
I think I would remember, but I don't remember his statement.
Do you recall Ben having times when he was depressed too? He was depressed at times, or do you not recall that?
No, I recall a time I took him to the emergency room, but I don't know what it was for.
Well, you took him to the emergency room.
Yeah, Gargi called me up, and she can't drive, so she asked if I could drive Ben to the emergency room.
Wow. And you don't recall why? You don't recall what it was for?
I didn't ask or inquire.
Why did it was for Ben or for Gargi?
For Ben.
It was for Ben. What do you suppose was wrong?
I don't know, just some health problem.
Did it have anything to do with his depression, as far as you recall, or
This is the first time I've heard he was depressed.
when you were? Say that again. I'm not sure.
You telling me that he's depressed is the first time I think that I've ever heard that he was depressed.
In your interactions in the texts, there's a reference to Ben telling you he was feeling depressed. You may not recall it.
I might have overlooked it or something.
Yeah. Do you remember telling him that he should use his depressed feelings, quote, to be destructive to the world around him?
No, I don't remember that either.
I just want some clarification of that if you remember. Do you remember a time talking about going to see Dr. Fenton with Ben? That you talked with him about hearing voices, or said that hearing voices might be fun?
I don't recall that.
Okay. That's in one of the texts as well. I just don't recall.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Do you remember much about the interviews that you had with Dr. Messner?
A little bit.
They were like over a year ago, I guess. But you spent a lot of time with him.
Yeah, a couple of days.
I'd like to get into those in some more detail, but I didn't bring the materials with me. I'll bring them tomorrow. But one of the things I remember you telling Dr. Messner was that that you had been feeling badly before the killings.
Yeah.
And that you thought there was a 50-50 chance that killing people would make you feel better. Does that make sense, or do you recall saying that?
It sounds like something I would say.
Okay. I also have a note here that you told Metzner, or Dr. Metzner, that the killing, quote, didn't work.
I didn't help with my depression.
Didn't help with the depression. Okay, I was wondering what the context was there. When you and I talked at Simhip, I was thinking that you told me that it did work, that it kept you from killing yourself, and you got the value points for doing it. Is there a disconnect that I'm missing there? Or?
I did get the value. It did stop my suicidal or homicidal thinking.
Okay. Didn't stop either the suicidal or the homicidal thinking?
Right.
Okay. And I recall you mentioning that. Have you had any? You haven't had much interaction with people here, I know. Have you had any specific thoughts of hurting people here in jail?
No.
How about general or vague thoughts of hurting people?
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell me a little about that?
Just images of me like shooting people.
Tell me more.
I don't know what else there's to tell.
When might the thoughts occur? What's the context?
Sometimes they occur at night before I go to sleep.
Do they come unbidden, or do you bring them because you're thinking?
No, they're intrusive.
They're intrusive. Okay, that's a good word. So you're minding your own business, trying to get to sleep, and the thoughts come that, or what kind of thoughts again?
Homicidal thought.
Homicidal thought. And in what sense? How killing people and what?
Like shooting them in the head.
Individuals or groups, or in what setting?
Just a nondescript individual. I can't see their face.
What does it look like to shoot them in the head?
I don't actually do it. It's just I got a gun and can shoot them in the head.
Okay. What kind of gun do you have?
Just a handgun.
Any idea or speculation about where you are in that particular intrusive fantasy?
No, it's in script location.
How often does that happen to you?
Maybe like 2 or 3 times a week.
We're talking now about the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Is that about as much as over the past year, or has it increased or decreased?
I think it stayed the same.
I'm sorry?
I think it stayed the same.
You don't have an opportunity to talk about these things with anybody, am I right? A counselor or somebody like that?
No, I don't have a treating psychiatrist. And if I do, they throw me in the hole if I say I've got homicidal thinking or suicidal thinking.
The suicidal stuff I can understand, and I can understand your reluctance to mention it, because the whole, man, that is not a nice place.
Right.
The homicidal thoughts.
If you're a danger to others, they don't want you around other people.
But you're already not around
even
other
though
people.
I don't know. I guess maybe for guard safety. This is what I would think.
They're being pretty careful with you anyway, aren't they? What I've observed, they're very careful with you.
Yeah.
By the way, how do you like the fact, or what do you think of the fact that they're careful with Jimmy Holmes?
I think it's part of the protocol.
How does that make you feel?
I feel like it's just routine.
We talked last time about some things that make you feel dangerous, or like you want to convey, this is a dangerous person, or this is a person to be reckoned with. You remember that?
Like in the photos.
Yeah, like in the photo. Does the fact that they're careful with you give you any particular feelings about what kind of a guy you are or want to be, or do you like it or not like it?
I don't feel one way or the other.
Okay. In jail right now, somebody's prescribing your medication.
Right.
How often do you see that person?
Well, it was Dr. Mosier, but he left. I don't know what happened to him. But somebody else now, and I've never seen. I've seen him once, so I very rarely see him.
Once in how long a period?
Probably 6 months.
Yeah. And he prescribes the medication for you. Is there any other mental health professional that sees you or offers to see you? You may decline. Anybody else that sees you or offers to see you?
Well, Raquel Drury does.
Okay. She's an examining person. She works for your lawyer. Anybody that is your clinician?
No. So it's pretty standoffish.
Would you like to see a counselor or someone?
I don't know what good it would do. I have no feeling one way or the other.
Okay. I'm curious, as you talk with either Dr. Gurr or me, does that seem to be a benign experience, a difficult experience, a helpful experience? How would you describe seeing us? Either one of them.
Exhaustive experiences.
We spent a lot of time in just a couple of days there.
Yeah.
When you learned yesterday that I was going to be coming to see you again, what was your impression?
Well, I thought you did a thorough exam at the same time. I didn't really know what you wanted to go over. No.
Okay. Did you look forward to it, or dread it, or not really care one way or the other, or interrupts your routine?
Well, it does interrupt my routine, but anything that gets you out of the cell is pretty good.
What else about spending time with me did you think about when you first learned that Reed was coming back?
It was a surprise.
Any other thoughts?
Not really, no.
Were you concerned or upset in any way?
I guess I was a little concerned.
Tell me about concerned.
Maybe you didn't know how to kind of classify me or analyze me or something, so you had to come back again.
There are lots of things I don't know.
Right.
And there always will be. I'll share with you that the reason I came back was to clarify some things from the time we spent together, to try to go over some things that we didn't have a chance to talk about. You and I can talk a lot over the weeks, I'm sure, and I still have things to learn, and you still have things to tell me.
Okay.
I'm hoping you'll tell me as much as you can.
I try to. Yeah.
How about when you learn that Dr. Gurr is coming? What do you think about that?
Just another break in routine. Kind of the same feeling as when you come.
Is there concern when you see her, or different feeling.
No,
After all,
I'm a
she
little-
works for your lawyer.
I'm a little less concerned because she's like hired by our team.
True. Okay. Okay. When I was talking about you talking with Ben about hearing voices, seeing things, I don't know whether I said, do you recall telling him that you thought hearing voices might be fun? Did I already ask you that?
Yeah, I did. I know.
Okay. You had an acquaintance in grad school named Lee. Yokyo Lee? Yokyo Lee, is that how you pronounce it?
Yom?
Is it Yom?
Y-E-O-M, is that?
Somebody could have misspelled it here. So
Is it Young Lee or?
It's Y-E-O something Lee.
I think he was one of the fellow neuroscience graduate students in the first class.
Okay. Can you tell me anything about your relationship with him? What you might have done with him?
He was a friend. We ate spaghetti for him once.
At your place?
Yeah.
That's nice. About when was it?
After I bought the first one, because I think I showed it to him. He was talking about how he had compulsory military education going here in Korea. So I guess that's how the gun came up.
Do you remember how you showed it to him? What you did? Did y'all go out and shoot it, or?
I just showed him unloading.
You remember what he thought about it? Ice gun? Or?
He said it was more expensive than the ones the military needed.
I can understand. I've got a note here that Lee was also depressed, or said he was depressed. Do you recall that?
Apparently, all the graduate students are
It
depressed.
sounds like it. It sounds like it's endemic to the grad school there.
Yeah, I don't remember him telling me this.
Okay. Let me just ask you about the last thing I've got on this page. You've often talked about wanting to keep the shooting of someone, the killing of someone, impersonal.
Right. I don't think I could do it if it was personal.
If it was personal. When we talked at Simhill, we talked about some of the things that really got a bit personal while you were shooting folks. I mean, you could see the people even though you were wearing a gas mask.
Yeah, there were a couple of people who ran and got carried down.
I recall now one victim who describes your moving toward him. He's in the front row. And initially aiming over his head at people behind him or aiming behind him. And then looking at him, best he could tell with the gas mask,
Okay.
and shooting straight on. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall anything like that.
I was kind of trying to reconcile that with what you mentioned about the need for things to be impersonal.
All right.
Any thoughts about reconciling it?
I felt it was majority impersonal.
Sorry?
I thought the majority of it was impersonal.
Okay. I probably asked you this at Simhill as well. The fellow who was out emptying trash while you were waiting to go
Right.
into the theater.
I couldn't see him. I had the sunshade up.
Then how did you know he was
I
there?
heard him.
I'm confused there too, because you said he went back in.
Right.
And so my thought is you must have seen him in some context.
Well, he left. I heard him go over the dumpster, or not over it, just toss the trash over there. Because the dumpster was right next to me.
I understand. If he had looked in the car and found you,
Yeah.
what would you have done?
I had a handgun in the right passenger door that I could have used.
Think you would have used it? he had gotten in the way of the mission in that?
Yeah, I think so, because that's what it was for.
That would have been pretty up close and personal.
Right.
Can you reconcile that with the need to be impersonal?
Well, it's all hypothetical because it didn't actually happen where he looked into the car.
A little earlier in our talk this morning, I used the word indifferent in place of impersonal once or twice. And I think you moved that into irrelevant. I'm not sure quite the context we were talking.
Okay.
Can you draw any distinction, or are they the same, between it's impersonal versus it's indifferent?
They're pretty similar.
Good. I have kind of a list of things that I want to be sure that we talk about today or tomorrow. One of them has to do with your belief, and we talked a lot about that this morning, in gaining a point for someone that you've killed. We didn't use the phrase this morning, human capital. But is human capital,
That applies.
is that what we were talking about really this morning, or
Yeah.
something different?
Now that applies.
Okay. We talked also, and we have talked a fair amount about the thoughts or intrusive thoughts or impulses to kill other people that have occurred sometimes a long, long time ago, even when you were a child, right?
Right.
How far back does the human capital idea go? The idea that I will get some value for killing the person.
Well, since graduate school.
Just
research. Yeah.
We probably talked about this, but I'd like to address it again. Do you recall how that evolved in your mind? How the human capital concept came to be?
Well, I studied economics, and it's kind of an economic theory of value applied to people.
And I do remember we talked talking about the economics. So you're getting me back on track. Thank you. Tell me more about how and when it evolved and how it shaped into what it was as of May, June, July of 2012.
I don't remember when, but I did a text message to Gargi about human capital.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was before I bought a new weapon.
And I recall that text. I don't recall it word for word, but at that point, was the concept pretty new to you, or had it developed for quite a while?
It was novel.
It was a novel idea at that time.
Yeah.
Was it, as far as you can remember at that point of the text with Gargi, was it fully developed, or was it embryonic?
It was in its beginning stages.
What happened with the stages after that? Tell me more about how it evolved and developed.
Well, I started quantifying it, so I gave it numbers, as opposed to just being qualitative, which is just a description. So that was the kind of final version, was this quantified example of human capital.
Do you remember a point, excuse me, do you remember roughly a point at which the quantification kind of clicked and fell into place?
When I was writing it down, I don't remember when I wrote it down though.
Writing it down like in the notebook?
In the notebook.
Okay. And the earliest that you were writing in the notebook was about?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
I was thinking that the notebook started in June or July, but that may be too late. Did it start before that?
It could have. I didn't put dates on it. So.
But the quantification, correct me if I'm wrong, was at least weeks before the shootings, or could it have been closer to the shootings than that?
It was at least weeks before.
Okay. All right. And I think we talked earlier about the lack of much relationship but the presence of some relationship between the hatred toward mankind and the motive or motives for the shootings. They're pretty much separate.
Yes.
Okay. I have a note to look further into your view of right and wrong, and whether there's a right and whether there's a wrong. You referred to people who are wronged and wrongers in your writing. Can you talk a little about your view, particularly your view back in 2012?
I believe in moral relativism. So you kind of decide for yourself what's right and what's wrong.
And that's certainly one view of it. Was that the way your primary belief was in mid-2012?
I believe so.
As far as you recall. There's certainly more than one way to look at morals and ethics and right and wrong. But some people may look at it solely, entirely in one way, and some people may look at it in different ways in different situations. How about you?
No, I was pretty strong moral relativist.
Okay. Now I want you to tell me about moral relativism. What does moral relativism mean for Jimmy Holmes?
Just that there's no concrete, absolute set of moral standards. It's contrived by the individual.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't mean,
And there have been books and papers written about it.
Yeah.
You teach me about it.
Well, that's all I know.
You know more than that. Teach me about it.
I don't know.
If I come back and say, that's BS, can't be true. The world would go to hell if that were true.
Yeah.
Teach me why.
It would fit with moral relativism.
Big part?
It would fit with moral relativism because you're having your own opinion and your own belief.
Is the moral relativism an idea that it's fine to have? Or is it something that is or ought to be simply a part of society? That everybody should have and act on their own ideas of what's right and wrong?
It's an idea, so you can choose whether to adopt it or not.
Is it an idea with enough legs, with enough foundation, that society could get along with it? If everybody was a moral relativist?
Yeah, I think so.
How would you deal then with the idea that what one person thinks is right, I don't want him to do? He thinks it's right to steal my money or steal my candy bar.
Then you have to have some sort of enforcement
Enforcement of what?
of your beliefs. So you have to have some way of enforcing your beliefs to prevent him from doing what you think is wrong.
Is he doing something wrong by taking my candy bar?
He's doing something wrong according to you, but according to him, it's fine.
Does it make sense to you that if that were true for 300 million people, it simply wouldn't work? Would that be your conclusion as well or not?
No, you have to change society the way society works together. You have to have enforcers that are like personal bodyguards. You have to make sure you don't succumb to some other person's idea.
Sounds like kind of a survival of the fittest society.
I guess so.
I mean, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like the weak or anybody that goes to sleep with his candy bar visible is going to lose, and the
You have to
strong
hide your candy bar.
are going to get all the candy bars, or all the money, or all the lives, or all the pretty women, or whatever the item is.
So it would be a completely different society from ours, where it's equality based. There it would be survival based.
What do you think of having that kind of society?
I've never been in it, so I don't know how it would work.
Does it sound like a place you'd like to be?
If you're the top dog, yeah.
how many people can be the top dog? I'm not trying to get into just a kind of a philosophical discussion with you. But it keeps occurring to me that if you're the person who makes the rules for your behavior, and it's okay within the society or within the larger population for you to do that, then that's a very odd society. You may believe it's okay. I guess, let me ask you this, does society then have a right to continue if it doesn't want you to do what you think is okay?
Well, you're kind of your own society. So
Only if you live by yourself. If you can do whatever you think is okay,
right,
and that happens to injure or deprive or kill other people, should society have the right to continue or not?
I'm kind of looking at it as you have groups of societies. You have your own group of society. That may be a conflict with another group of society. And whoever's strongest, cleverest is going to win.
Does that sound like a way that overall society could be successful?
It sounds like the way societies are on a global scale, like an American society versus an Asian society.
Okay. It sounds like a society that's doomed to have a few wars, to me.
Yeah, probably a lot of wars.
And you had an answer for that you've spoken of many times. What's that?
What's the answer there?
You said to get rid of mankind altogether.
Oh, okay.
Is that kind of where that was going, or not? Because
no,
that looked like,
I don't think morals was destroy humanity.
Where is the place in our discussion where there was a flaw that would get us off the track from moral relativism to destroying mankind as the thing to do?
That was what I said was the destruction law. Where if you reward destroying people with procreating children and stuff.
As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, you haven't been a guy that broke a lot of laws.
No, I think I got one speeding ticket.
Yep.
Maybe red light violation.
Did you run a lot of red lights when you thought you could get away with it?
No, I didn't do it when I could get away. It was one that had a very short time yellow light.
Okay.
So I think they did it to charge people.
At other times, did you run lots of red lights when you thought you could get away with it, or did you stop?
I don't think I've ever ran a red light intentionally.
Why would that be?
Because I don't want to get T-boned.
Okay. You slow down, you're pretty sure nobody's coming, but the light is red. Would you go or stop?
I would stop. Or there could be a policeman hiding somewhere.
I can make it more isolated if you want.
If we're out in like the middle of Nebraska, there's a light, there's 4 ways, then I would go. Because there's nothing wrong with going.
And as you can tell, I'm kind of trying to understand better your moral relativism.
Okay.
If you're in a store and you can shoplift something,
They have cameras and should probably do it, or you'll get caught.
so far, every reason you've given has had to do with getting caught or not getting T-boned. It hasn't had to do with a feeling that it would be wrong to take someone else's property, for example, in a store.
Well,
am I right, or is that not right?
Even the concept of property is the one that's kind of misleading, because you can't really own anything.
Now we're getting way off into another kind of philosophy. I'm trying to focus on, are there any other things that are contrary to what I might see as right that you did? I'm not saying that very well at all. You killed and wounded a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think that's a wrong thing to do.
Okay.
You think it's not a wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
Or at least you don't think you're a wrong person for doing it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other situations in your life, or in your life in May, June, July of 2012, in which you chose to do things that were wrong to, that I would probably think would be wrong to do, but you wouldn't.
No, I think I was on a set track for the killings.
No, I'm not talking about the killings. Everybody who's talked with me about you has said you're a pretty straight arrow guy.
Right.
They don't question your honesty particularly. They don't question you're not a cruel guy. You're not a mean guy. Nobody has told me that when you have a chance, you steal stuff. When you have a chance, nobody said that. The only thing that I can see in your background in which you and I would probably disagree about wrongfulness is this event, the killing. That seems odd to me. A true moral relativist, it seems to my simple mind, would have other examples in his life in which he didn't act the way other folks do, the way other, quote, law-abiding folks or straight arrow folks do.
Well, that's because there's punishments.
You're a smart guy. You can avoid punishment.
I don't know about that.
You didn't get drunk. You didn't do drugs. You didn't. I'm thinking of illegal things, but I'm not. I don't necessarily want to limit it to illegal things because there are things that are, quote unquote, wrong. They're not illegal. You treat people fairly nicely.
Yeah, it's common courtesy.
Do you do that because that's what you think is right, or do you do that because
that's what you're supposed to do?
That's the way you're supposed to do it.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Did you think it's right to treat people with common courtesy?
No, there's no reason for it to be right.
Were you ever tempted not to treat them with common courtesy?
Yeah, but I held back.
Why?
Because you're not supposed to be rude.
But you're not supposed to shoot people either. And
Yeah.
it sounds like they're not comparable, but maybe there's a little analogy here. You wanted to be rude, but you weren't rude because it was against convention to be rude.
Right. Yeah.
Somebody who was pretty convinced that he could do anything he thought was right, I would think that person would just go ahead and be rude.
Well, I don't think like that.
In one of the videos, it shows you holding the door open for someone behind you or helping a person or something like that in a store.
Okay.
You didn't have to do that.
Right. Just a nice thing to do.
Does the nice, in that case, come from within you, or does it come from social expectation?
Social expectation.
Fair enough. I also think, by the way, that you were probably a nice guy.
Okay.
We've talked from time to time about your thoughts that you were mentally ill or crazy, to use the word you used, I think, before the shootings.
Right. So I tried to research some stuff.
And some things you ruled out, other things you considered longer or ruled in. As I recall, a big long list of the possibilities in the notebook, right?
Right.
One of the things that you ruled out, and you told me at SimHip that you ruled out, was antisocial personality. Do you remember that?
I think instead of that, I had social anxiety. Instead of anti-personality.
The reasoning you used, and I can probably find it in the notebook, the reasoning that you used, actually, it was in my other notes, I'll bring it tomorrow, that you didn't have an antisocial personality, as I recall, was that you weren't cruel.
Yeah, not cool.
What if I told you that antisocial folks are more about being indifferent to social convention and other people's needs than about being cruel? Many of them are not particularly cruel.
Then I might fall into that category.
Is a lack of cruelty the main thing that made you believe you weren't, quote, antisocial personality? I'm not trying to diagnose you at this minute, by the way. I'm just curious as to your thinking.
I thought it was being mean to people. Innocent.
Okay. Did anything else suggest to you that you weren't an antisocial person?
No, not that I can remember.
Some folks, I think Dr. Messner, have talked with you, or you've talked with him about the idea of kind of having two different selves at times. And you and I talked about maybe there being a part of you that wanted to do the mission and a part of you that wanted to be stopped from doing the mission.
Exactly.
We talked about two parts in the same person, and one part, the part that wanted to complete the mission, overcoming the other. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Has there ever been a time when you felt like there were two James Holmes?
No, I don't think it's a multi-personality disorder.
What might be a suggestion that there would be literally two James Holmes? Not that you have them, but what might you look for to tell you, yep, that's me?
If there was like a cruel or mean side or something, which is different from my normal. So,
Have you ever had times when there was some period of time, generally hours, but it could be minutes, where you didn't know where that time went?
in like the middle of the shooting, I don't remember that like at all.
The middle of the shooting.
Yeah.
And you described to me the beginning of the shooting. You described to me the initial shooting part. You described to me the gun jamming. You described to me the walking into the lighted area of the aisle to try to unjam it.
Right.
You described to me the people leaving out the exit area where they wouldn't have to get close to you. You described to me the people who left ahead of you out the exit that you eventually went out.
Yeah.
The whole event lasted 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
I would guess 5 minutes.
Any times in which you said to yourself, wow, I don't know where I was for the rest of the day. Here it is, evening, and I have no idea where I was this afternoon. Or
No,
something
it was
similar.
pretty good memory.
So, and I'm kind of referring to exactly what you said, missing chunks of memory, where you could have been across town and not known it.
Yeah, it's like in the middle of the shooting, and I was shooting randomly. I don't even know if it was randomly.
But I'm not just talking about the shooting, I'm talking about really any time in your life.
No, it hasn't really occurred.
We've talked about your feeling that you were delusional at various times, delusional being the word that you used. Can you refresh me about that? Get me started on that conversation.
I don't recall the context.
Okay. Can you think of a time right now when you were delusional?
Prior to the shooting.
Now I want to ask you, what's your definition of delusion?
A thought or idea that match reality.
How does that differ from someone who's deeply religious?
Well, according to their reality, their God is real.
Okay. So would you call that person, if you disagreed with that religion, would you call that person delusional for believing in some miracle of Christ or some miracle of
You
Allah?
could, they probably don't like it too much.
Do you think the person would be delusional, or is that something different from a delusion?
I'm not sure if all religion is delusional. It's certainly not scientific.
Okay. You used the word belief earlier. Your belief in the life value system, the human capital system.
Okay.
You used the phrase that was a belief, which is not scientifically testable either, right?
Right.
Tell me again some of the things you believe were delusional in the months before the shooting. Beliefs that you had that you now believe were delusional. Or maybe you thought they were delusional then.
I thought I was delusional for wanting to kill the whole world.
The sentence confuses me. I thought I was delusional for wanting to kill the whole world.
Right. Wanting to kill the whole world was the delusion.
You were having the thought. In what way is that a belief? A delusion being a belief that other people don't share, that can't be dislodged with logic.
Well, other people don't want to destroy the whole world. It was my belief that it should happen.
I might, just speaking for myself, put that in the category of crazy thoughts.
Not delusional.
When I think of a delusion, I usually think of something that you think is true, but other people don't think is true.
My whole human capital system.
Okay. Do you believe that right now? Do you believe that's delusional?
Yeah, because other people don't seem to agree.
You feel pretty strongly about it. You believe in it pretty strongly, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe it.
It's pretty unusual for people to say, I have a belief, a very strong belief, and by the way, it's a delusion.
I'm saying it would be a delusion viewed by other people, not clearly.
If I believe in multiple universes based on string theory, but lots of people don't understand string theory and say that's stupid, would I likely be delusional or have some other difference from the other people rather than a delusion?
You'd have a difference of opinion.
Okay.
Because at least some people agree with you. I don't know anybody who agrees with you.
Good point. Good point. Okay. You had the thought that people were watching. I remember you talking about that law enforcement was watching.
Yeah.
Did you have the thought that anybody else was watching you, keeping an eye on you, observing?
Well, I thought Fenton and Feinstein were keeping tabs, not really observing me.
In what way did you think they might be keeping tabs?
Just if like homicidal thinking was getting worse.
But by what method were they keeping tabs? Or might they have been keeping tabs?
Just by thinking about it.
Would that, in the way you were thinking in 2012, would their thinking about it have brought them information about you? Is that a way to keep tabs on people?
I'm not sure how they would keep tabs.
Did the mere fact that they were thinking about it allow them to observe you?
Allowed them to characterize me.
Did it allow them to observe you? Is that a way that
like
they
physical also? I don't know how that would.
Do you think they could do it in any way, a magic way, a practical way, a scientific way, in any way? If they're thinking about you?
I thought they could kind of tease it out of my mind a little bit.
When you were there with them or when you were not there? When would they tease it out of your mind?
Well, during the session.
During the sessions, okay. By teasing it out of your mind, do you mean get you to reveal it or somehow reach mind?
In a way, lead the mind. Yeah.
Tell me how that works. Tell me about that.
Well, it would come from their training, their analysis.
And how might that help them to in a way, and to use your words, in a way, read your mind?
Well, because it would reveal what I was thinking. I was revealing what I was thinking to them, so they could put it together and figure it out. But they didn't. They wound up not being able to.
But you would be revealing. They weren't looking into your mind with their psyches or something like that. They would be inferring it from something that you said, for example.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Was anybody else, as far as you can tell, did you think anybody else was observing you, keeping an eye on you?
No, not really.
As you were putting stuff together in the apartment, did you ever think that there might be bugs in the apartment or hidden video cameras or something?
No.
You watched a fair amount of TV. I know you like comedies and stuff. Did you watch much news before the issues?
No, but I still don't watch news.
Any particular reason you don't watch the news?
It's not entertaining.
Do you have any interest in what's going on in the rest of the world?
Just very basic.
Like what?
Like new presidents around the world. Like,
What are, in your view, what are the most reliable places to get that news?
when I did look at news, I would go to the New York Times website. I usually read the science section.
I may have asked this before. Did you ever get the idea that as you were watching TV, the whatever was playing was particularly meaningful individually to you?
Yeah, just before the Denver Health.
Tell me about that. I think I recall what you're talking about, but would you refresh my memory?
Well, there was a couple. There was one where Obama was nodding to me. There was another with a movie, a kind of adventure movie. I don't remember what it was about.
That's exactly the kind of thing I was wondering about. Before the shooting, had you ever had that experience?
No.
Soon after the shooting, after you got arrested, the first month or so, did you have that experience?
No, I don't think so.
How about the other way around? Your thoughts or comments being able to have unusual influence over other people?
No, it was mostly the other way around.
You're a strong-willed person. The mission was a very strong impulse, and those were physical things. Have you ever been able to mentally affect other people?
No, not that I know of.
We're talking a little bit about paranormal kinds of things, parapsychology kinds of things.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Did you ever get the idea that people could hear your thoughts without asking you what you were thinking? Even back in 2012 or before?
Denver Health time.
At Denver Health.
And they locked me in the hole.
And when they locked it up. Any time before that? Any time in your life?
No.
That's a little like being able to read your mind. I guess I'm also thinking about your being able to project your thoughts so that other people can understand them. Telepathy, I suppose.
No, I couldn't do that.
Tell me more about the way that was experienced by you just before you went to the hole while you were at home.
Well, I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to hide them. So I would say a bunch of colors, like red, blue, green, and point to my cell and stuff in random locations.
As a way to
get them to stop listening to my thoughts.
Was that a way to get them to stop listening? Was that a way to camouflage your thoughts or hide them?
Yeah, it was to hide them.
To hide them. I do recall on video you're pointing at parts of the hole, for example. This is an aside. We were talking about the window in the door yourself. You can see out the window, and you can see to the not the side where the officers are and stuff like that. Do they cover that window sometimes?
A lot of the time they do. When the people are out in the common area, so they don't look in. And when the trustees come by and clean, they'll have that covered.
So they're covered pretty much any time there's another prisoner in the area?
Recently, yeah.
Just recently?
There was a time for a while that they would just not put it up.
Do you recall anything happening when they didn't put up the paper?
No, I don't know why they changed the putting it up so much.
Did people bother you by looking in?
Just looky loose.
Putting up the covers also keeps you from seeing other people.
They can't see out.
I can understand them not wanting people to be looky-loos and look in on you. The other side of that is that that even more limits the number of people you can see, much less make eye contact with or talk to.
Right.
Does that trouble you? Does that bother you?
Well, I like being able to look out the window just because it makes the cell feel bigger.
You like being able to look out and see people?
I guess, yeah. But they're kind of at an angle, so they can't really see them.
Does it matter to you whether you can see people or not?
No.
Does it matter to you whether you can talk back and forth with people?
You can still talk back and forth with the screen in the middle of each other.
Okay. That's right. You can hear people nearby.
Yeah. I don't usually talk to them, though.
You mentioned that sometimes you can hear them yelling at you or talking about you.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk to them? Ever?
Once I said, like, hello.
What happened when you said hello?
They said, hey, I don't remember.
Did you carry on a conversation?
Nope.
Is it allowed for you to have a conversation or with
I
guards?
am not supposed to talk to them. And they're not supposed to talk to me.
Is it that you're not supposed to talk or that prisoners are supposed to talk to each other?
Well, prisoners can talk to each other.
But they're not supposed to talk to you. Is that right or do I misunderstand?
Right, I'm kind of isolated, so they're not supposed to talk to me.
And your feeling about that part of the isolation is?
Doesn't matter.
Do you think it would have mattered in May or June if all of your friends, I understand that you had disconnected from many of your friends at that point, if nobody would talk to you?
When May and June, I didn't text them or call them or anything.
You went to the store from time to time in May and June, July.
Yeah.
Would it have mattered to you if no one in the store would talk to you?
Well, then I wouldn't be able to buy.
Would it have mattered to you?
No. As long as I can still buy the materials and resources I need.
Let's go back a year before that. Let's say at Riverside.
Okay.
You interacted with people a lot.
Right, yeah.
Do you think it would have mattered to you then if the people had suddenly stopped communicating with you except to say, here's your principal?
Yeah, I would have wanted to.
I'm sorry?
I would have wanted to talk with my friends.
How do you think you would have felt? If they had-
Outcasts, probably.
Tell me about how outcasts feel.
Feel kind of shunned.
Go ahead.
Really feel no one's paying attention to them.
Do you think? Seems to me there's a lot of other feelings, mostly negative ones, that go into being an outcast and shunned.
Yeah, that's good.
What other ones come to your mind?
No, none that I can think of.
One that just came to my mind is that you have no value. You
in a
don't
social
matter.
society.
You don't matter to them. If they're not communicating with you, that's a pretty good sign that you don't matter. What do you think?
It could be that, or they could just have fallen out of touch.
We're talking about, let's continue to talk about the ones at Riverside.
Okay.
People that you see every day. And they won't talk to you. They're not allowed very much to make eye contact with you, or they choose not to make eye contact with you.
And it wouldn't feel very good.
Thank you. Does it occur to you that it would convey you don't matter, you have no value to me?
It could.
My thoughts go, and once again, they're my thoughts, not necessarily yours, to how can I get value back?
Contact your friends again.
Any other thoughts about that?
Find some other way to increase your value,
Such as,
such as human capital.
meaning, what?
That will increase your value
What would increase your value?
by increasing your human capital.
How would you do that?
I wish you could.
I feel like I've kind of led you down a path, and I don't mean to do that. What do you think about that? Does that resonate inside you at all?
I think if you're feeling valueless, you want to find a way to be valuable.
When you were in graduate school, the last few months of graduate school, did you feel valueless? Did you feel
Pretty much.
unvalued?
Yeah.
Tell me about that feeling.
I had a massive self-worth.
More.
The career I chosen is most likely over. That's it.
How about before you started buying the guns? Did you feel less value in someone? Less valued?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Because some of my rotations didn't go very well. I guess nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not.
Nobody cared. Go on.
I don't know.
How'd you feel as you said nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not?
That
Any other adjectives? Bad?
underappreciated, outcast.
Any other emotion coming up in you as you say those things?
Anxiety.
Doesn't show in your eyes, in your pupils, but it would be very natural for emotions to come up as you feel those things.
Yep.
You turn down to your folks.
Did you talk with them?
Yes.
Did you talk with my sisters?
Talk with your sister, Chris.
Did you clear up the abandoning thing?
Not completely, but some. She did share with me that y'all didn't communicate all that much while you were at Riverside or any other time when you were out of the house.
Right.
It's a little different now. You're not just off doing your own thing and she's off doing her own thing.
Well, kind of still is like that.
And one of the questions that might ask her at some future time is, would she write to you or communicate with you if you were sick in a hospital or if you were in the military fighting in Afghanistan? What do you think she'd say then?
Probably not. She'd probably be into radio science.
You know that's not what I
Uh,
Would her caring about you extend to keeping in touch with her brother if she knew he was in trouble because he was sick in a hospital, or if she knew he was in trouble because he was in Afghanistan fighting,
yeah, I think she would.
versus if she knows that he's in trouble because he killed lots of people and is in jail?
I imagine she'd probably wait till after the trial, so she doesn't say something incriminating.
Your mom and dad can write to you without saying incriminating things.
Right. So she might be worried.
She can too.
Okay.
She can too. We talked about the hypothetical situation of people not valuing you, and a sign of not being valued being that they're not communicating with you, ignoring you. And it did bring me straight back to thinking about your family. Your mom writes to you, your dad writes to you moderately often, and your sister doesn't know.
Well, we didn't, as she said, we didn't communicate that much when I was in undergrad either.
It's still a conundrum to me, but I'm still not sure. Because just because she didn't write to you when you were doing fine doesn't answer the question to me of her not writing to you when you're in trouble.
All right, well, I guess you'd have to ask her.
And that can happen. But right now, I'm curious about whether you ever think about that. I'm really much more interested in your thoughts than hers about what impact what you did has on other people's view of you, and in a sense, on your value.
I think she still values me.
Here's an odd thought. I think she values you as 1 or 13.
7.
Seriously. And maybe that was a serious answer, right?
1, I mean.
Several times I've asked you what the 13, the benefit of the 13 is to you.
It's just a feeling of value that I attribute to it.
We talked about your feeling unvalued. Do you think it's a way to give yourself at least a way to feel valued?
Yeah.
It's a way that you made up.
Right.
Does that make it any more valid a way or less valid a way to give yourself value?
No more or less than any other way.
In other words, are you kidding yourself? Are you deluding yourself that you have value?
No.
I can say to myself, man, Bill is really good looking. And it may make me feel good. I am aware of the way I really look. Let's just assume for the moment that I don't really look good. I'm aware of the way I really look, so I'm aware that it makes me feel good to say, put on a fresh shirt, look in the mirror and say, I feel good. But I'm not deluding myself. And I wonder if there's any analogy one way or the other to you needing to feel good or better about yourself. I'm a 13 instead of a 1.
Right. It's kind of hard set.
I'm sorry?
It's kind of hard set like that.
Hard set?
Hard set.
Hard set. Tell me what you mean.
Just that's the results of the summation of the values.
Let's see what else is on the big list here. Let's look at the notebook. Okay. You've talked about the notebook in some ways as legacy, if you will, communication, being remembered for some of the things in it, and the communication specifically to Dr. Fenn.
Right.
In that regard, correct me if I'm wrong, you've sort of put more importance, at least right now, on the notebook and its contents than on the things that you wrote in yourself. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. The notebook's more important.
What makes the notebook more important? Because I found some very interesting things in what you wrote yourself.
Because they were prior to shooting.
And forensically, with regard to the legal case, they may be more important in that sense. How about important to you and being remembered, or the things that you think are important other than the legal case?
No, then they're kind of the people.
The notebook was written during a time when you've said you had things wrong with your mind.
Right.
You said it in various ways.
Broken brain.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
The contents here, pretty much from beginning to end, and maybe entirely from beginning to end, but please correct me if that's wrong, were written at a time when you believe you had pretty serious psychiatric symptoms.
Right. I was trying to understand them.
And you were trying to understand. The things you wrote in your cell were, some of them were before you got into treatment.
Right.
And some of them were after you got some treatment.
A little bit.
The game, for example, the point.
Yep.
Chronologically, those things look like they happened after the Denver Health.
Right.
I'm looking for the part in your notebook where you talked about facing death or eviscerating your soul. You remember about where it is?
No.
Let's see if I can find it real quickly. Goober's your mom, right?
Right.
Okay. Bobo?
Bobo.
That your dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Chrissy's your okay. Let me take just a minute. I understand, I never noticed it before. Your representations of death. In here, for example,
Fire.
that's the fire, yeah. Just as appeared outside the window in one of your drawings, right?
Right.
I remember seeing in that drawing a fiery head coming up as if your red hair. But I don't think you shared that.
I don't know.
That association with
I
you.
do that.
Yeah. We may have talked about this, but I'll just look at it because it's highlighted again. Among the things that you described as symptoms or things that were happening to you in June or July, in terms of symptoms, were brief periods of invincibility. Remember that?
Yeah, when I was like driving to the gym and that kind of thing, I felt invincible in my car.
Tell me about that.
Well, I just did
Tell me in more than half a sentence. Brief periods of invincibility.
It would usually happen when I was driving, so I go over the speed limit.
Okay. Invincibility in what context?
And then I couldn't be hurt.
In terms of having an accident, or in terms of bulletproof, or in terms of
superhero? Any of those.
Right after that, brief periods of invincibility, actions are in hyperspeed.
Yeah, time would seem to speed up.
In what way? Tell me about that.
Well, it just seemed like I was going places faster, doing things faster.
How much faster?
Twice as fast.
Twice as fast. How faster than that?
Not too hyperspeed, I guess.
And you're getting exactly what I was getting at. If I watch a video at twice speed, it looks a certain way, the movements are recognizable, you can figure out what's going on.
Right, so it would still be at the one speed, but it would feel like the hyperspeed.
That's different from, he was there just a minute ago. Now you're way over there. The flash, so to speak.
No, because it was continuous.
Sorry?
It was continuous, so it wasn't like flashing for police.
Okay. Typical three or 4 days a week, lasting all day. So it didn't just occur a little bit during the day, it lasted all day. At least that's what's written.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. That was what you wrote on that particular day in the letter. Possible interludes with catatonia. And you described what you meant as catatonia, I think, as a kind of tiredness and
tired immobility.
A tired immobility. Okay. How immobile do you mean?
Like lying down and can't get up.
Can't get up at all?
I can still get up to like go to the bathroom and stuff.
So you wouldn't wet the bed?
Right.
You get up and go to the bathroom, get up to eat?
Oh yeah.
Roll over in bed, or would you lay in the same position for hours?
I guess there was movement.
Sorry?
While I guess it was movement while I go.
Okay. We talked about the fleeting movements in your peripheral vision, kind of like a light flicker. And correct me if I'm wrong, those are the things that evolved into the shadows, or are we talking about two different things?
They're different. Yeah. So one was like flickerings in the periphery, and the other were like seeing silhouette shadows on the wall that could move around in weird ways.
Okay. The peripheral things, seeing something flicker inside. What would happen if you turned?
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at it.
Sorry?
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at it.
There would be nothing there?
Yeah, there would be nothing causing it.
Okay. So about when did the things that you continue to see start?
Before I bought any weapons.
Before you bought any weapons. Okay. And how did those things start?
They just popped up.
You remember an early experience of it?
Yeah, I was in lab. It happened.
In a lab? What happened?
I would just see flickerings at this side of my peripheral vision.
And when you turned, it would not be there?
Right.
Okay. Now, what I want to talk about, though, is the things that stayed there in your vision.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the shadows, but I don't want to mislabel them.
Yeah, the shadows. I could stare directly at.
Okay.
It would be there.
The flickering stuff was different from seeing the shadow. Any other visual phenomenon that you recall?
No, those were the two.
When was the first episode of something like The Shadows?
In my third rotation.
Okay. The third rotation was March, April, May, or what?
Something like that. Yeah.
Do you remember where you were or how that first time was?
I was just sitting at my lab desk. It kind of happened. And it was like a moving shadow. I was kind of splitting and then reforming in this movement.
So you're sitting at your lab desk. There are no noxious fumes around to make this happen.
No,
okay. And where did the shadow appear?
On the kind of divider of my lab. seats, I guess.
So something roughly in front of you?
Yeah, in front of me.
Okay. You watched it. And what happened?
It split into two. They kind of like they would gobble each other up, and jump around. And,
Did it form recognizable shapes at that time?
no, it was just kind of blobs.
Eventually, they came to form recognizable shapes in their life.
Some of them looked like people.
But that first time, it was a blob. It looked like or interpreted as gobbling each other, splitting, gobbling each other up.
Yep.
Okay. How long did that experience last?
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. If you turned your head, do you recall whether the blobs would move or not?
If I turned my head to the side, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't be able to see them anymore if I looked away from them.
Okay, so they didn't move with your vision, they stayed on the divider.
Yeah.
Or else they disappeared on the other.
Right.
Okay. About 30 seconds. When was the next time they came?
About on the ceiling.
Same day?
No, like a different week.
On the ceiling, as I recall, when you were going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. We come back to the first time. Unusual experience. Memorable when you remember it.
Yeah.
2.5 years later.
Yep.
What feelings did you have when you saw it?
What's going on?
You say that in sort of a narrative way rather than with any emotion at all. What was the emotion of what's going on in February or March of 2012?
I was surprised.
Surprise. Well,
I didn't know what to attribute it to.
did you think there was a logical explanation or not?
I couldn't think of one.
Did you look around for a logical explanation?
Well, I looked behind me to see if this was casting.
That seems logical to me. There wasn't, I take it.
Right.
Okay. Were you frightened at all?
No,
Were you worried or concerned?
no, it was.
Really? You're a neuroscience major and you just had what would at least bring up the idea of an hallucination or an illusion, one or the other. And it didn't
It didn't
concern
really.
you.
Well, it wasn't doing any harm. Or,
What did you think it might be a sign of?
I don't think I thought of it that way.
At the time, if Gargi had come and said, you know, James, did she call you Jimmy or did she call you James?
James.
Okay. James, I had the weirdest experience. I'm sitting there at my lab desk and I see these blobs. They lasted for 30 seconds. They broke apart. They seemed to gobble each other up.
I'd say you should see a psychiatrist or an optometrist or something.
What would be the possible means of them if they happened to Gargi?
And that she was seeing something unreal.
I'm sorry?
She was seeing something unreal.
And that might have been caused by what if it were Gargi?
It might be a hallucination.
And what would a visual hallucination connote generally? Not trying to make a shortcut of you, but you knew a lot about the brain at that time.
Schizophrenia. Probably.
Something worrisome going on in the brain.
Right.
Kind of like a terrible ache in your side might connote something terrible going on in your gut.
Appendicitis.
But while you might have been worried for Gargi, you weren't worried for yourself. What do you make of that?
I don't know how. I don't know.
You said it was surprising, but you're acting almost as if it sort of felt natural. Nothing to write home about.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that's why you went to see Dr. Fenton, am I right? Or initially this way?
No, I went treat anxiety.
So that wasn't something that caused you to call a doctor or look up. Did you happen to try to look it up on the web or anything like that?
I don't think so. I just kind of accepted it for what it was.
I'm sorry?
I just kind of accepted it.
As the shadows became more defined and returned a second time, did you become worried or concerned at all?
No.
What do you make of that? That's twice.
I didn't consider it harmful or bad in any way.
Why is it not harmful for James, but it's potentially harmful for Gardy?
I guess because Gardy's more normal or something. Because I kind of figured I had a broken brain, so if something weird was happening, that might be why.
So one possibility is, hey, I'm weird anyway. This is just another weirdity.
Yeah.
Interesting. I never thought of it. I said weird. You said broken. When was the first time you recall thinking of yourself as having a broken brain?
I can't recall.
Little kid, teenager, graduate school.
I think teenager.
That's what I recall as well. I recall kind of saying. One reason that resonated with me is that there are a handful of folks today who describe, particularly certain people who are suicidal, as having a broken brain that needs to be fixed, and they can be fixed.
They can be fixed?
You can, yes. And I was wondering if that phrase "broken brain" came from something you read, but I think you told me.
I just made it up.
I think it came directly from you. You talked about checking your appearance and scanning the environment. You talked about concerns with your penis. We went over that last time. Odd sense of self. View myself as defined it. There's a biological me, which is driven by biological needs, e.g., hunger drives me to go eat, thirst, etc. The real me is fighting the biological me. Maybe the thinking me does things not because I'm programmed to, but because I choose to. The latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love.
Right.
Tell me about that lost battle of falling in love.
Well, as a kid, I thought I would never fall in love.
You thought you'd never fall in love?
Yeah.
Or you thought you'd never fall in love, or you didn't want to ever fall? I didn't understand what you said.
Didn't want to fall in love.
Because there's a particular reason?
Because girls had cooties.
Okay. But here, the real me, let's see, the latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love. Tell me what that refers to. What was that?
Well, there's a biological drive to procreate and biological drive of love, and I couldn't overcome those.
Were you trying to overcome it? As far as you remember when you were writing the notebook, were you trying to overcome biological drive to procreate and fall in love?
I wound up doing so.
You wound up
doing so.
But were you trying not to?
Yeah, I was trying not to just fight my biology.
Tell me about fighting that part of your biology.
Well, I resisted trying to fall in love.
I'm sorry?
I resisted trying to fall in love.
You didn't fight the biology of hunger, because you didn't become very, very thin about eating.
Right.
You didn't fight the biological drive of thirst. You'd get dehydrated at this time in the night.
Right. But I kind of made a pact when I was a kid not to fall in love with the women.
That's a kid pact. I understand.
Right. So I broke that pact.
And that's not a promise you can keep, is it?
I guess not.
It's not a promise that you can keep. Pretty soon you figure out that girls don't have cooties.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about you as a grown-up.
Right.
A young adult. Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't have sex?
No.
Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't masturbate anymore?
No.
A lot of guys, at some point, believe they're masturbating too much, or it gets in the way, or it keeps them from studying or something, and they make a promise to themselves or a promise to God, usually in adolescence, but sometimes not. I'm never going to do this again.
No, I think I did that with drinking, and I broke that one.
You don't ever remember making that pact with sex or
No.
masturbation? And by the way, that's another example of a promise that shouldn't be made because it can't be kept. First of all, it's a silly promise. Second, it's impossible to keep.
Yeah.
But sometimes people feel very guilty about not keeping the promise. It's a misplaced guilt, you know what I mean? I'm wondering if that has anything to do with succumbing to falling in love.
It certainly sounds like misplaced guilt.
Can you tell me what your associations are to that, what you think about or feel as you think about that?
Just that I had that pact very strongly, still broke it, and then felt guilty about breaking it.
The pact to
Not fall in love.
not fall in love. Not the pact not to masturbate, the pact not to fall in love. And that's from way back in childhood?
Yeah.
How does that pact stay strong? I can understand an 8-year-old making it, or something like that.
Yeah.
How does that pact stay strong after you have a taste of reality and you're an adult? Seems unusual to me. One of the ways that it might stay strong, I guess, is that if you thought that falling in love would bring something terribly bad.
No, I don't think I would rationalize it.
Falling in love means eventually you lose the thing you love.
No, I didn't think that.
We love our dogs. We're a little kid. We lose our dog. I'll never love another dog again because it's painful to lose my dog. I'm not saying that's you talking, but it's a way that we make pacts.
You'd have to have already loved your dog, though. That when I was a kid, I didn't already love a girl.
Some people who watch their parents get a divorce or watch their parents fight a lot will say, boy, this being in love must be really terrible. It causes you to argue and to throw things, maybe to get into fights. I'm not going to get into love, and I'm not going to fall in love because I don't want that to happen. I don't want myself to be hurt. I don't want to hurt other people.
It wasn't the case for me.
Beg pardon?
That wasn't the case for me.
Does the analogy apply to any other kind of pain that you might have anticipated with falling in love?
I don't think it applies.
Okay. I'll stop beating that dead horse then. You succumbed to falling in love. In what way did you succumb and how did you fall in love?
Just by getting to know her.
I'm sorry?
Just by getting to know her.
To know?
Gardy.
Gardy. Okay, we're talking about Gardy. And you had already said she was your first serious girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the falling in love work out for you?
I'm glad I did it.
In what way?
You got to know another person as well and care for another person, have that return as well.
So lots of good things happened.
Right.
Am I right?
Yes.
When you wrote this, probably by the time you wrote this, good things had happened with Gardy.
Yeah. Okay.
But you still use the language that you lost the battle by falling in love. Maybe it was a tongue-in-cheek statement. Kind of.
I've broken the pact to myself.
That was quite a pact. Okay. Any other pacts you've made to yourself? Kept?
That I would never hate my mother.
That you would never hate your mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that pact. How did that come about?
That was also when I was a kid. Not angry at her.
So you got angry at her? Okay.
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
Sorry?
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
How do you get from being really angry to promising that you won't hate her? I don't understand the connection.
Because it wasn't acceptable to be angry at her.
Did you tell yourself you wouldn't hate her, or did you communicate that to her, or both?
No, just tell myself.
Anger is one thing, hate is a little more, or a bit more than anger.
Okay.
My thought is the anger so scary for that little kid that you have to make a pact that you won't hate so that you don't ever get angry again or something like that?
I don't know why I made the pact.
Do you remember the episode of being angry?
No.
But you're pretty sure the pact happened when you were angry at your mom.
Yeah, because I didn't want it to happen again.
I'm sorry?
Because I didn't want it to happen again.
Didn't want it to happen again. What might she have done or you have done to create the anger?
I don't know. I don't remember the details.
Wouldn't be the time you respect the front yard, would it?
I don't think so.
What happens if one gets angry at his mother? What are the possible things that can happen if a kid gets angry at his mother?
She could treat you differently.
Such as?
Use hostile tones of voice.
Anything else you might do if you get angry at?
Put you in a timeout.
Anything else that you might do if you get angry at?
Spanking.
Anything else if she gets real angry at you?
Ignore you.
Ignore you. Timeouts is sort of ignoring too, isn't it? Ignore you. I think of not talk to you.
Right.
What are you thinking?
I'm not thinking anything.
What did you say the last time we talked about not being talked to, being ignored?
What about it?
Where did that lead us last time?
To valueless, I think.
Exactly. Seems to me that the single most important person that you want to value you is your mother, especially
Right.
when you look at you.
Yeah.
That makes being angry at her maybe a little dangerous.
I guess so.
Did your mom ever threaten to leave you?
No.
Did she ever threaten to not talk to you? Or, well, to put you in timeout, I suppose. Okay. As far as you remember, did you keep your pact to not hate your mom ever?
Yep.
As far as you remember, did that keep you from ever being angry with her again?
Sometimes I get angry, but I suppressed it.
Suppressed?
Yeah.
Did you ever express the anger to her again?
No, I don't think so.
Can one express anger without hating?
Yeah.
Like how? Can you give an example?
Well, if you drop a dinner plate, your mom could be angry at you, but she still means she loves you.
Pretty good example. Back to the notebook. The obsession to kill since I was a kid. With age became more and more realistic. Started as the entire world with nuclear bombs, then shifted to biological agent. Most recently turned to serial murder, and then you're working toward the theater scenario. That little set of sentences suggests that at this particular time when you wrote the notebook, you drew some kind of connection between thinking about killing when you were a kid and ending up with the actual killing when you were grown.
I guess it kind of progressed.
In some of our earlier talks, there seemed to be gaps in that progression, and it wasn't particularly connected. It was a different a qualitatively different scenario in the child than in the person with the mission as an adult. Does that make sense?
I didn't have a mission when I was a child.
Right. In the notebook comment, there's the suggestion of something a little different, that it was not qualitatively different, but merely, but a kind of evolving set of quantitative differences between what you call the obsession to kill since you were a kid and the grown-up carrying out of the shootings.
Right, it went from like everybody to just a small group.
Do you see that as a continuum, or do you see it as an interrupted continuum, like a dotted line, or do you see it as two separate lines? One is a child and one is much later than that.
No, I think it's one single continuous line.
Okay. Was there any time when that line was interrupted? In other words, when you had no obsession or thoughts of killing other people so far as you know?
No, not really.
Okay. Continuously? And this is as you were remembering it in mid-2012, because that's when you wrote this.
Right.
And is this also as you remember it right now? That would be your impression? But I think I heard you say more amorphous when you were a child.
Right, there wasn't any clear details to it. It was just
in the notebook, you use the word obsession. Obsession. Okay.
Yeah, because I think I have OCD.
I'm sorry?
I think I have OCD.
Put that in simpler one-syllable words for me. Obsession to kill. In a child, you name the age, whatever age you want to start with.
10.
Okay, 10. What do you mean by obsession?
Recurring thought.
Recurring thought. How often?
I would vary, sometimes multiple times a week, sometimes going every other week.
Did it interfere with any of your kid activities?
No, it would occur on like downtime and before going to sleep.
I'm sorry?
Before going to sleep, kind of times when nothing's happening.
Occur when nothing's happening, downtime, going to sleep. I think you said that you never wrote about it or did any drawings about it or things like that. Is that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I kept it inside.
Kept it inside. This is as far as you remember.
Right.
Would it surprise you one way or the other if somebody discovered in a box drawings that you made when you were 11 consistent with obsessions to kill?
It would surprise me.
Okay. I'm not saying that they exist. I'm just curious as to whether you think there's a possibility that you've forgotten a little bit of that along the way.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. I did run across a couple of your early drawings, by the way.
I'm not a very good artist.
No, these are kid drawings. These are kid drawings. When you were in family counseling in Monterey, the doc or the counselor had you draw a house, and he had you draw a family. Remember that?
No, not at all.
A long time ago. I am not a very good interpreter of children's drawings. I'm not a child psychiatrist, so I won't attempt to interpret them. But they didn't involve killing anybody, okay?
Okay.
It really didn't. You referred to the, quote, mass murder at the movies as the last escape.
I don't know what is escaping.
I don't either. Any thoughts?
I guess death is the last escape.
But you're talking about what you described as an obsession, starting over 10 years before. And that led to, quote, the last escape, comma, mass murder at the movies. Escape.
Maybe the thoughts were escapism. I was using them to kind of get out of normal time.
And then you're apparently explaining this to the reader. You say, so anyways, that's my mind. It is broken. I tried to fix it. I made it my sole conviction, but using something that's broken to fix itself proved insurmountable.
Right.
That's a logical statement.
Can't use a broken tool to fix something.
But it's I can't think of any really good analogies except just the statement that you made that we need help to fix a broken mind.
Right.
A mind that's seeing itself erroneously or operating erroneously. Do you think you saw yourself erroneously? Let me start out with childhood, age 10, 12. You had discomforts, you had uncomfortable times because of the way you believed you were. Do you think you viewed yourself erroneously? Or do you think you had an accurate view of yourself?
Back then, I thought it was normal.
You thought you were normal, or you thought?
When I was a little kid, I thought it was normal. Yeah.
At roughly what age are you talking?
Like 6.
6. You come up to 10, and you're thinking about killing people. And apparently you believe that's not normal.
Right.
Because you keep it to yourself. It worries you. That's my word, but did it worry you that you thought about killing people?
It kind of, no, not really.
Okay. If I had been some other kid playing with you, roughly your age, age 10, 11, 12, would I have thought you were abnormal?
No.
Okay. So from the standpoint of other people viewing you,
It's just a normal guy.
They viewed you differently. It may have been that you viewed yourself erroneously and the outside person was viewing you accurately. I'm not saying that very well. I guess what I'm thinking about is if the broken brain doesn't perceive itself accurately very well, why can't that mean that maybe it's not broken in the first place? Thinking one is broken is not always proof that one is broken.
Right.
How accurate or inaccurate do you think you've been in viewing yourself over the years?
Pretty accurate, otherwise I wouldn't have written it down.
How accurately do you think that you interpret other people or view other people as normal, abnormal, good, bad, trustworthy, not trustworthy? How good a judge of other people do you think you are?
Pretty good judge.
Do you think you are a pretty good judge of other people's feelings?
Yeah, I can tell when they're happy or sad.
When you were with Gargi, that was a close relationship.
Right.
Did you think you were a pretty good judge of how she was feeling at various times?
Yeah.
I remember you said you got candles on Valentine's Day. You made chicken, baked chicken for her. And you got candles. I remember asking whether you got them for her or for yourself. Remember what you said?
No.
You said you got them for you because you like candles.
Yeah, the scented candles are nice.
Beg your pardon?
The scented candles are nice.
Okay. Was there a part of you that got them because Gargi might have liked them?
Yeah, I thought she would like them too.
How much did you do for Gargi because it was something that you thought she would like?
Well, one time I went to 7-Eleven, got a Slurpee gave it back to her when she was studying for some tests.
Nice thing to do. You were thinking of her.
Yeah.
You weren't particularly wanting a Slurpee. You went and got one.
I drank a little bit of her Slurpee.
In general, has it usually been more about James than other people, or no?
No, it's been a balance.
Let's see what else is in. I skipped over the phrase that I was very interested in before, and that was in trying to, in the insurmountable task of fixing what you thought was your broken brain. A couple lines lower, you say, in order to rehabilitate the broken brain, my soul must be eviscerated.
I have no idea looking back on what that means.
I can show you the context if you like on that page. Does that help?
Maybe.
Okay, and here's the eviscerated part.
I don't know what I meant by soul. Or,
Okay. It's a very, it's a striking phrase, or a striking sentence. The next sentence is, I could not sacrifice my soul to have a, quote, normal mind. What comes to mind when you think of that sentence? My soul must, well, the whole context, in order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. What pictures come to mind?
I'm not sure what I meant by soul. So that's kind of difficult.
I understand that. What comes to mind right now?
I guess the core of my being is a soul.
Okay. And eviscerated, what does that bring to mind?
Kind of cut out a weakness. So I guess the broken part of me was still essential. It was a part of my soul.
So we go from broken mind to broken soul. That's what you just,
I don't know if it's broken
at least
soul.
verbally, but that's the way the verbal track went. And for soul, you talked about the core inside.
Yeah.
Do you think you had the idea that your core was broken?
I guess so, because brain is kind of the core of the person.
Actually, I'm separating that from mind right now, from the broken mind, the broken brain. I'm talking about something more visceral, more basic.
I'm not sure what this is.
What does the word eviscerate, just by itself? What does eviscerated mean to you?
I think it means cut out a weakness.
Cut out a weakness. Do you think that's what it means in this context, or do you think that's what the dictionary says?
I think it's what it means in this context. In the dictionary, meaning just to cut out.
My impression of the word eviscerated is a little more serious than cut out. I can cut out an appendix.
Right. You wouldn't eviscerate the appendix.
I think of eviscerate as take out all the viscera, meaning all the guts, intestine, stomach, liver, kidney.
I consider that disembowel.
Wait, pardon?
I consider that to be disembowel.
It's exactly what eviscerate means.
Okay, well, I don't have a dictionary.
And again, if that's not what you think the word means, then that may be an irrelevant path to go down.
Okay.
But once again, you're a very smart guy. Summa cum laude.
Not summa, only magna.
Okay, magna cum laude. Yes.
Not the highest.
Yeah, you're right. I would be a little surprised if you didn't know, particularly because you're in biological science, if you didn't have a pretty good feeling of what eviscerate meant back in 2012.
I thought I'd like to cut out an organ or something.
Eviscerate my soul. My soul must be eviscerated. Any way you slice it, it sounds like a pretty radical cure.
Yeah.
And the next sentence indicates that you didn't want to do that cure. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind.
Right.
Is that the impression you get from reading the sentences together? Neuroscience seemed like the way to go, but it didn't pan out. In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind. What does that sound like?
That my broken mind was such a part of me that I couldn't get rid of it.
Okay. So, erroneous impression or not, that's one way that you may have been thinking at that time, that it was impossible to get rid of? Or did you mean it's so much a part of me that I don't wish to get rid of it? I don't wish to get rid of that important part of me. I may have misunderstood.
It's an important part of me. It's so important I can't get rid of it.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying. It's so important that broken or not, I can't get rid of it. And you've got what you title some crazy concepts here.
That was just like random stuff I was thinking about.
Beg your pardon?
That was random stuff I was thinking about.
Some of which don't sound crazy, they sound kind of philosophical. I don't think you were referring to yourself as these are the concepts of a crazy person. I think you were, am I right?
They were just kind of interesting.
Okay, I didn't want to misinterpret that. Okay. Ripple effect, butterfly effect. This moves into some things that are a little similar to the things that you're living yourself. Some philosophical concepts. And then a few pages of replies. Once again, any
reason why I wrote that?
any thoughts or context for doing the why, like 5 pages?
I guess it just really bugged me. I didn't know why things were the way they were.
Okay. And the why has bugged lots of people. As you were doing the why, do you remember what you might have been feeling? Was it frustrating to have why? Was it just angst of why? Are there some adjectives that go with the why?
Inquisitive.
I'm sorry?
Inquisitive.
Inquisitive one. So inquisitive suggests to me not much emotion, but inquisitive, maybe a thinking rather than a feeling or emotion or emotional why. Is that just me, or is that the way you?
I was trying to like figure the why in the thought process.
It takes a while to write why 250 times, however many times it is.
It wasn't that much, but yeah, it took a
I'll
while.
bet there are 250.
Really?
I'll bet there are. I'll count them. I'll tell you tomorrow.
No, you don't have to do that.
But it's one thing to ponder and say, damn it, I can't figure this out. Why in the world? But to say why, for probably at least 10 minutes it took you to write that down. It seems a little unusual. You recall?
I don't know what state of mind I was in.
Do you recall what time of day it was? Whether you were about to go to bed or just got up? Or?
I think it was afternoon.
Do you recall roughly when it was? After you left school? Before your prelims?
I think it was between dropping out of school and listening.
Okay. So fairly far along in the process leading up to this shooting.
I think so, yeah.
A couple of pages later, we have the comment about casing the place, targets random. the cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortune that we talked about, the various possibilities, methods, venues, and then the rather detailed laying out of the plans and for doing it chronologically, these are after the whys. So roughly when would you have been making those drawings?
June and July.
June, July. When you did these, actually we did the whole notebook, were you anticipating that this would go to Finn?
Yeah, I sent the address to Fenton.
I know that you sent it to eventually, but this looks more like a worksheet for your own purposes, not a communication to someone else.
That was just a detail of my plans. Like scooping out all the technical situations.
Was this used to detail your plan and think about it? Or was this a description of what you had already done for someone else to read about?
A description.
So this, for example, the drawings here.
Yeah.
The drawings here, you had already done that a long time ago.
No, after I go to the movie theater and watch a movie, I sketch out the layout.
Okay. But that's not these, or that is these?
That is this. Because it would be fresh in my memory to remember the schematic.
This suggests to me that the last details of the planning took place a little later than I thought they did. But
yeah, I didn't go to the movies until June and July.
Until
June and July.
Late June, early June, or do you recall?
Late June, early July.
And when you started this notebook, I'm just trying to get it
That I don't remember.
clear in my mind. But when you started the notebook, you started it specifically to eventually send to Dr. Finn.
Yeah.
Okay. None of this was like a journal for you. None of this was something.
Well, the schematic was to know which area to attack or whatever.
So the purpose of doing this was not to send to Dr. Fenton, but rather to know which area to attack. And
it was
happened
both.
happened to be in the notebook.
No, it was both.
I'm sorry.
It was both.
Okay. But when you started out on some relatively early date, saying the questions, what is the meaning of life, what is the meaning of death, and the logo, that was the beginning of a communication to Fenton.
Yeah, I think I asked her like what the meaning of life was. That was one of my questions with Fenton.
And you asked her what she thought the meaning of life was.
And she didn't tell me.
She wouldn't tell you. Did I ask you whether you thought Feinstein, he had this cast on his arm or something like that?
I thought that was a feint. I thought he was like keeping something dangerous in there.
Keep something dangerous. Did you think he was testing whether you would empathize with him?
I asked him about his cast.
I'm sorry?
I asked him about his cast. So how do you break your arm? Or how your arm is doing?
Okay. And but my question was, did you think it was a fake? You thought it was a fake, according to what you just said.
Yeah, it was kind of paranoid.
Okay. One of the things that you thought might be involved in the fake was hiding a weapon.
Like I thought he might be having a teaser or stun gun.
Okay. Somewhere along the line, there was the idea, and I'm not sure where, that you thought he might have been testing you to see if you would ask him about it, to see if you would express sympathy or empathy.
I think I expressed empathy.
I'm sorry?
I think I expressed empathy.
Yeah, but my question was, did you think it was a test to see if you would express empathy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. We've talked several times about the hatred of mankind that you wrote down. I'm still confused about whether and how much the shooting had to do with hating mankind, and as you say it here, being freed by the medication, perhaps, freed of concern about the consequences of the shooting. Whether the shooting had to do with your hating of mankind or intense aversion of people versus the means to gaining their value.
Right. So, like, what weight did I assign?
How much of it had to do with what you describe as primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind?
Okay.
You hate folks enough you may want to kill them, and some folks may kill them. Is that?
I didn't really hate any of the people in the theater. I just hate mankind in general.
Were they representatives of mankind to be hated and killed? Or was the killing related?
As a crowd, they were.
I'm sorry?
As a crowd, they were kind of.
Talking about motivation for killing them.
Okay.
Why did you want or need for them to die?
Mainly for so I wouldn't suicide and have my value increase.
Okay. So those two things that we've talked a lot about, to help with your depression so you wouldn't suicide, and to increase your value.
Okay.
I don't think I've heard you say much at all, maybe nothing, about they needed to die because I hate mankind and they're part of mankind.
Right.
Right? Can you right what?
I didn't really kill them for that reason that much.
That much? You added that little.
That much.
Okay. What do you mean that much? Was it any?
Well, because I still hate mankind.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with you killing the people in the theater?
A little bit.
A little. Percentage-wise, give or take?
10% that much, and 9% the other one.
There were two others, not just one of them.
Okay.
Remember this?
I'm going to calculate 45%, 45%. Okay.
And I'm not meaning to quantify it intricately.
Okay.
But my question has to do with, does the long-standing hatred of mankind that you say experienced a primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind with you believe with the treatment, an intense aversion of people, how much did that have to do with the shooting in the theater?
Very little.
Okay. Refresh me as to, I can look this on the timeline, up on the timeline I spoke. You're going to see Fenton, that general date, and the time that you began to buy weapons. First weapons you
I think about a quarter of the way through, I've seen Fenton, I need to bought the weapon, the first weapon.
That's something like okay. And we talked a lot about the Dark Knight Rises business in the film and the window. We looked through that a lot. Your statement toward the end, what kind of God commands his people not to murder, yet cowers behind free will? I'm not sure what that is.
He lets everybody do what they want, but then says, no, you can't do this.
Says as a commandment?
As a command, yeah.
Cowers behind free will. Cowers is an interesting word to choose.
I guess why wasn't he more bold?
I'm sorry?
Why wasn't he more bold and enforced it himself that people can't kill people?
I mean, why didn't he just make it so that people couldn't kill?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay. I understand. All right. I think that's the end of the notebook. I do remember burned money stuff. We talked about that a lot, though. We talked about the burned money and what it might have meant and things like that. That you have closed with the notebook.
Right.
Is that all the money you had?
No.
I don't mean all the money you had in the bank, etc. But was that all the money you could draw out? Did you keep
Yeah,
back?
I maxed out my debit card.
You didn't keep back any cash?
I think I kept like a couple $100 in my wallet.
I think you're right. I think they found a couple of $100 in your wallet. You know what's happened to that money? Or to your wallet, for that matter?
Donut fund.
Okay.
The donut fund.
Any questions for me right now?
Nope.
Anything that I should have covered better or should have asked better that you want to add just now?
No.
I'd like to start tomorrow morning about 9.
Earlier.
A little early, yeah. Means you got to go to bed early.
Not really.
All right. Thanks for talking with me again. I'll see you tomorrow.
And that was the end of interview 3. Yeah, that was a lengthy one tonight, huh? Thank you all for hanging out with me and listening to, that lengthy interview. I know that it was long. Sorry, I'm making sure everything's linked in the description. We'll do a brief recap and then I think we're going to get off of here, guys, because we're going on 4 hours now. So the interview starts shifting away from Holmes' theories and focuses more on what happened after the shooting, his arrest, his reactions, and whether he truly understood the consequences of what he had done. Dr. Reed continues testing sanity, responsibility, and awareness. Sorry. Key points to focus on would be his emotional response after the shooting. Holmes describes being arrested with very little emotion. When asked how he felt during arrest and processing, he essentially says he didn't have strong feelings about it. Viewers often notice how detached and matter-of-fact he sounds. The apartment bombs. Reed asks why Holmes told police about the explosives in his apartment. Holmes says he became concerned that children or others could be injured if authorities entered without warning. This becomes important because it suggests he understood consequences and could still make decisions intended to prevent additional harm. Awareness of consequences. Reed repeatedly circles back to whether Holmes knew what would happen before, during, and after the attack. The interview continues building the prosecution's argument that Holmes was mentally ill but understood right from wrong. Hospital versus prison. Holmes discusses the possibility of being committed to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison. His response is surprisingly casual at times, which many viewers find unsettling. Remorse and reflection. Reed explores whether Holmes regrets what happened and how he feels about the victims. The answers remain analytical and emotionally restricted, which becomes a reoccurring theme throughout all the interviews. Part 4 feels less like an exploration of Holmes' mental illness and more like Dr. Reed asking, did you know exactly what would happen and did you understand the consequences? Nearly every topic eventually circles back to that question. Reed's ultimate opinion remained that Holmes is mentally ill but not legally insane. Sorry. He is not legally insane. So that is all I have for you guys tonight. We have one more interview to go through and we are done with this series. The next interview will not be nearly as long. It's only, I think, 2 hours, which is that's like heaven compared to the ones that we've been showing. All of the other ones have been super long. Yeah, it's only an hour and 53 minutes. It's not that bad. We will be going through that one probably Saturday night. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Make sure that you eat, drink water, take care of yourself. And I have enjoyed hanging out with all of you guys so much. Don't forget to, like, subscribe, do all the things. We are almost monetized, guys. It's such a big step. We've been making videos for almost 7 months now, and we are almost monetized, guys, and we couldn't have done that without you guys. So, thank you so much. But yeah, I hope you all have a good night, and we will see you guys next time. Bye.